session at 1 o'clock, July 18th, 2014. Stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll have a chance to look at the agenda. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda?
Do you want to add the appointment of Marlene Hollickson to the...
Corey Dale, yep. Pardon? Well, down at the bottom, we add appointment of Social Services Board member. Cindy reminded me we need to have a roll call. John. Here. Dale.
Here.
Ron.
Here.
Sean.
Here.
Joe's here. Kate, are there any other additions to the agenda?
Yes, page 30, a letter that we received from NDACO. We need to talk about that individually. There's only the response to this, evidently a request, and the request needs to be in writing, and it needs to be out in the open. This is an open records violation to ask a question and post the answer without giving the question that was asked. So we need to discuss that.
Okay, anything else?
Could I just say my time is going to be a broad spectrum of things. It isn't going to be, because it says roads printed at 911, so there's a bunch of things that aren't listed per se, even maybe the sprayer quotes, different things like that.
Okay.
Motion to approve the agenda?
No, just wait to see if everybody else.
I'll move to approve the agenda with the two previously mentioned additions.
Been moved to approve the agenda as amended. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Move on to the minutes of the previous meeting.
page,
Oh, there's a master general authority.
that's it. Page 4. 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph, middle of the paragraph, some counties hire more than what the state provides, so there's a person there all the time to answer phones and whatever else needs to be done. That isn't really germane to the question that was asked. How many counties, how many people do they hire, for what purpose do they hire them? I mean, that's just strictly speculation. We don't even know who said it. Why that was included in this overall discussion. But the overall outcome of our discussion is that the state was going to pay us with 0.48 employees, and they were fine with that, and we were fine with that. That was just one of their arguments up to that point. But the final outcome was that didn't hold any water. That they were fine with 0.48. So. Again, it doesn't, if it said which counties and how many people they hire for how much time and what their duties are, fine. But other than that, that's just strictly in there that's hearsay. So I'd like that removed.
So that whole sentence?
If they agree to it. I mean, again, it doesn't.
Does that require a motion or something?
They aren't accepted.
Eventually.
Okay, all right.
You'll do it as amended minutes. Amended minutes is-
I remember her saying that when she was talking, but you're right, it is hearsay because she doesn't work for any of those counties.
Yeah, and I mean,
May or may not be accurate.
I said a lot of things in defense of the position that were strictly my opinion. This is just strictly her opinion. We ended up both agreeing on the same fact that 0.48 was what was needed, and both the county and the state were fine with that.
Right.
So if we're going to use both sides, if we're going to use the whole argument, that's on tape. Someone can listen to that. But for the pertinent results of that discussion, this doesn't have anything to do with it, in my opinion.
And if you're gonna go that far, it should say what the study recommended for each county. And
Yeah. Each county has a different circumstance. No two are. I would venture to say no two are exactly the same.
Anything else on the June 25th minutes?
So you just like that whole thing, that month's minutes taken out and nothing replaced in with it, correct?
just eliminate it, I think.
Eliminate the sentence.
Yeah,
Just
some,
eliminate the sentence.
some counties hire more than what the state provides, so there's a person there at all times to answer phones and whatever else needs to be done. I would think that should be eliminated, but that's up to the rest of the board members.
Anything else on the June 25th minutes?
I move we approve the June 25th minutes with the appropriate deletion. Proposed deletion, I should say.
It's been moved that we approve the June 25th minutes as amended.
Move and read it.
And dispense with it.
Are you going to dispense with the reading of the minutes, too?
Yeah, I'd like to dispense with reading the minutes.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Move on.
Who seconded it?
I did.
Sean did.
Thank you.
Move on to the July 3rd minutes. in reviewing these minutes, I ran across the social services leak in their building, and I talked to Sia today. Those guys were there today,
Okay.
and they found a air conditioning line or something that wasn't caulked up or something.
I haven't talked, I just talked to them.
So-
Either.
Sia said they thought they had it fixed, so they didn't have to take the windows off. They didn't think that was a problem. So
Okay.
we'll see next time it rains.
They were very cooperative when I called them. They said whatever needs done. Okay, good.
Well, just reading this part, you're gonna find a replacement for Alan Stucca. Is that what you added to the agenda? Okay, that's what I thought.
I'd move to accept the July 3rd minutes as written and dispense with the reading.
Sean has moved that we accept the minutes of the July 3rd meeting and dispense with the reading of those minutes. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Ron seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
You guys like it better like this, is that correct? The
What's that?
shortened version?
Oh,
I think so.
Yeah.
yeah, I do.
Should capture the
Intent.
direction of the discussion, but it doesn't need to be verbatim.
Right. That's what the tapes are for.
And with the last names and that's
Mhm.
That's fine. Move on to page 9, review the bills. Somebody get a new, did we get a notary? You got your notary?
Good.
What's applied concepts for DES?
Where's it at?
Here you go.
About the fifth one down. Oh, this is a new radar.
Radar?
We had talked about that in the previous.
Then you get for the grant.
Yeah, 75% reimbursement, isn't it? Yeah.
And would radar be more a sheriff's function than a DES function?
so.
Where is it?
It's the fifth bill down in the, oh, here, I'm
Oh,
on
the
page,
15,000?
page 9.
$2,000. Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, the wrong one. Might help. Oh, yeah.
Why would that come out of sheriff, DES?
You'd have to scan. Yeah. Yeah. Not a big deal.
It's right here.
It is right there. It's not a big deal. I've been told that if it's not mine, it's not my business.
I'm telling you that it is, because you're the CFO of your own. They're all your business.
Yeah, that certainly doesn't seem like the right place for it to come from.
Wonder why you want to do that.
They'll be up here.
Well, it's a sheriff's thing. I mean, the DES doesn't need radar. But
Not unless we're watching for tornadoes.
yeah, I guess that's a good point.
You need to go off that.
Storm chasers.
Yeah.
I move we set aside the budget or the bills until we get a chance to talk to the DES director. 2 o'clock.
I don't think we need a motion to do that, do we? I can just, we'll just slide it down on the agenda until Bob gets here.
I got one more, I guess, on Town and Country.
Mm-hmm.
All that coming out of general for travel. How, what departments does that go to?
County agent, 5105.
No,
There's
33,
more.
3,300.
And then this is road for 3,300.
Okay.
So the 3,300 would come out of the road.
300 comes out of road and 51.
So this
Oh,
was-
so this
This
description,
was split into more than one account that just showed the first one.
Right.
okay, I guess that was, seems like a lot.
Like
Just
I
out of
said,
gen-
I was gone to convention. This is the first time Sam's done it on her own, so she's,
So it should be general and road then.
should
for
be
that.
general and road.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was just awful high for general alone.
Were you wondering where a convention was? It'd be a lot of gas.
There was a lot of that.
That's the questions I have.
Okay, we'll move on then. Wayne?
Me? Okay, well, my pages are kind of goofed up to read. Being conservative because they're going through both sides of the pages. But anyway. I think 10, page 10 on your folder is from the DOT, reference to county structures 20 feet and longer than these to be. They have post limit signs. Bridge that they're talking about on the second page is the one by Greg Hazards. Not Greg Hazards, Craig Dallas. Sorry, wrong side of town. Anyway, they did a inventory.
That little wooden bridge is more than 20 feet long.
It's a little bit more, see, I can tell you exactly. They did a bridge inventory, they do it every couple of years, the state does. So then they send out the report and it says the operating rating is 17 tons. And I had signs up that were posted in tons, it said 10 tons. If that sign isn't the right sign anymore, you gotta have if it's under 20, one, you gotta have a 36 by 24 inch sign, it says. So with this inventory, it says 17 tons, but in all other inventories, it said 16 tons. So I ordered signs, 17 tons, got the signs, 17 tons, then I got another letter saying, sign is, or the bridge is posted unless, you know, and it should be 16 gross tons, inventory rate of 8. So the other day, I called up Brian Fuchs, I said, there's something confusing here because bridge inventory said 17 tons and your letter says 16 tons. I didn't put the 17 ton signs up, but I put up, there's a example of the type of, the shape of sign that you're supposed to have, and put up the wrong one. Put up this sign, which is 24 by 30, that said weight limit 17 tons. That isn't correct according to them. You gotta have a sign like this that says, the new one will say 6 tons per axle, 17 tons gross.
Oh, wow.
So I reordered the signs. There should be here any day, but I can have that. Put up, and I'll send a letter saying the is now posted at what they wanted. Any questions more about that? Okay, then KOJ is sending in another request for reimbursement to the state. In your vouchers, there's a payment to KLJ for Sutton project, is some of the engineering, preliminary and construction, and some of the seal coat, I believe. And so this is a request to be signed by Troy, to send into the state for reimbursement of $29,976, which is 90% of the $33,306 for the engineering. So that's the two things that are on the agenda there. I got a notice from Sean Mayfield, KLJ, saying that more seal coat, they keep putting it back, putting our project back and back and back. Well, they're going to do it with the project down by Lisbon, because we supposedly were going to have the same oil as they. Well, they talked those guys into using a emulsion type oil because this MC oil is a lot harder to get. And so now they've pushed it back to starting on the 9th day of August. And that's when they're going to set up traffic control, and by the 20th, traffic control will be taken down. Pavement markings put on the 19th. Seal coat on the 11th, swept off on the 12th. So that's their plans now. Jenny said they're probably going to try to talk us into using this other type of oil. And down there, the highway superintendent didn't want to, but he checked with the state and they thought it was okay. The state is using, I think, all emulsions for their chip seals. Well, I said that as long as they put enough oil down, I guess the problem wasn't with the type of oil, but the old MC 3000 oil is what they're going to use. I think that surrounds the chip a little better and holds it to the pavement. I don't think it dries out as fast as the emulsions. So that was why I chose that. There's nothing we have to do with that yet. The overlay, I believe they thought it may start the end of the month. There was one soft spot over the box culvert that Jim noticed, Anderson, and I took pictures of it, sent it to the engineers, told her it's a soft spot there, and they probably have to dig it out again and repack it. It's just a lot of semis going over that one, well, the whole bridge, the box culvert. So that'll be taken care of when they come back. We'll request them to dig that out. not the whole bridge, but just the area where it's. Also in that, doing that Sutton project, got an email from Jenny, who's back on the job now after pregnancy. She said there would be like $180,000 left after the project was over, the Sutton project. The state would like us to use up all those funds so that it doesn't look like maybe we don't need it.
Can you pay my hail?
If I can do John's
No, I don't need it.
up to the Bible camp.
Yeah, no, I don't. No,
No, I don't think so.
that'd be a no on your hill, Troy.
But anyway, what we had planned, in the beginning was that we were gonna gravel County Road 26.
Yeah.
But of course, we didn't know what the bid was gonna come out at. And now we know what that overlay is gonna cost, and unless there's some change orders where they have to do something different. But there should be around $180,000 left. She said we'd have to do like a $200,000 project to use up that $180,000. When they did their estimations on that big sheet that we have with all the projects, they estimated $75,000 a mile to gravel, pack, whatever it takes to do a mile. Well, if you got $75,000 a mile, it doesn't go very far on a $100,000 or $200,000 project. So anyway, we don't know exactly how many miles we can do. I did some.
Are you reshaping or what?
No, there would be no reshaping, it'd just be gravel.
How much is gravel? Do they have a price for the pre-yard?
Well, that's what I asked her, and she said, well, I said, has there been any projects done around the area that, like Steele County?
Well, $7, $8 a yard is what I've been paying.
Yeah, that's just for the gravel,
That's-
or putting dropped in place.
The product's only about, what, penny, buck and a half a yard.
Hauling is the highest price. How come I can't find that? I got too many pages here.
Do you put 2,500 yards on per mile?
Yeah. They recommend 3 inches, and I took 3 inches times 26 feet wide, 5,280. John can do that probably.
Well, no,
Uh,
3 inches deep,
That'd be 0.25,
26 feet wide.
26 by 5,280 divided by 27,
20, 52,
1,700 something.
okay. 0.25 times 26 times 5280.
1,271 yards.
Okay, 1,271. So
1271.
Huh?
1271 times $8 would be $10,000 a mile.
I don't think you get it. Depends upon, she had talked to Brian Fuchs also. And he said, well, the county could do it, but I would rather not. I'd rather be doing some of our other graveling. It would take a long time for 3 guys to do those miles. If we did 10 miles. It's 10 miles. The worst part is 5 miles be from the railroad track, 900 by the fertilizer plant, going west to County Road 9 where it goes north there, I think.
I know, but this would be laid in. The only thing you'd have to put out there would be a maintainer, right?
This would just be dumped at $10.
Right. Well, the end out of the bottom of the trailer, the whole belly dump.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean that.
You'd have to, usually we windrow it up and then,
Yeah.
level it all up.
But I mean, $75,000 a mile compared to $10,000 a mile is quite a difference. We can do the whole 10 miles if we do it ourselves. If we pay $75,000 a mile, we get 2 miles of it.
The only problem is there's no gravel.
Well, then it doesn't matter. Then it doesn't matter if it's, who does it?
the whole story. I asked a lot, I told Tom Gilbertson, I said, do you have any gravel that's available? I know there's some gravel in Campbell's pit, but I said, I don't want that. There's another pile that's pretty good, would you sell me that? Some of that? No, he said, that's all sold. I said, what about Kylo over at the steel company? It's gotta be, should be class 13 gravel. And he said, no, he didn't think he would have anything that would be a class 13 either. And he said, I'm opening up a new pit between Wall and Daisy, and I thought it was some Miller or something. He thought that might make class 13.
Not that I want trucks to come past my house, but how about the stuff that Fishers has
I
west?
think Fisher sold that to Cass County.
They hauled 9,000 tons out
Did they?
earlier this month.
Okay, so they didn't buy all of it then?
That I don't know.
Well, that'd be worth checking. I don't know what they paid. At one time, they wanted like $14 or $15 a yard. That's a couple years ago, when they were doing those wind towers. So that's why the pile sat there, but I think, and then another thing she had written was that possibly we could do a chip seal on the sub road. Normally we wait for 3 years before we do a chip seal on it. I think on this one out here, the airport road, they did a chip seal the first time right after they overlaid it. But after that time, we never had money to do all that at one time, so you'd have to build up some money to do a chip seal a few years later, so.
Should we carry this $180,000 over? Assign it to a project and carry it over?
I don't know. I think they would like to have $0 by the end of the year.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, we'd have to
to
talk.
spend it at $75,000 a mile is not an option as far as I'm concerned when we can do it for 10.
Oh, no. But I mean, we don't know what it's gonna be bid at. It could be bid at $10 or
Yeah.
I mean, if you're getting some contractor, and if the county laid it, packed it, you know, that would reduce the price, then it would be basically the price of the gravel and hauling. So-
Right, then we can do it for 10,000 a mile, we can do
Yeah.
it 10 miles and.
Or 15,000 or whatever.
Yeah, right, yep.
Because we'd spend 200,000, we'd get 180,000 back, and so that would be pretty good. So I just want your kind of permission to,
Investigate
look
some
farther and
other
see.
options, yeah.
we still have time, but, you know, because she said we could bid it locally, like we did. She said if we did 26 or 3, all the environmental stuff, is already taken care of in this project. So if you're gonna do something else, you have to look at
I think you should find some gravel and get that done.
If we have money in the budget for the $20,000 over and above the 180.
that. Well, I don't know if it's in the budget, it's in the fund, you know, we just, come out of FAR, which is 800,000 or something.
Yeah.
But, and I can check with Fishers and see if they still have some of that left. I mean, even if we could had to hire somebody to help haul it, so we get it done right away instead of, because we've been hauling every day with 3 trucks. One isn't broke down, or one, just the actual one, or rear end, or the drive shaft. But we got some other bad stuff too, right, Ron? We got some other bad roads too, right?
Yeah, well, I was.
Yeah. So, but if you want me to keep pursuing this, I mean, I think we should.
Well, that's only 13,000 yards of gravel. Somebody's gotta have a pile that big. That's not very much gravel.
Sure, that's
12,000 yards. You're
Okay.
gonna do 10 miles out of 1,200 yards a mile.
What, okay.
yeah.
So it's 25, 3 inches times 26 times 5280. It's 34,320 square feet.
And divide that by 27.
By 27.
It's
1,271 yards.
That's at 3 inches, right?
That's 3 inches.
For 1 mile.
Yes, for a mile. Yep.
That's the
That's
only
for
problem
1
is
mile.
if, yeah, if we can
I
find the
know,
gravel.
2 times 10 for
Yeah.
10 miles, that's
Yeah.
13,000.
If we can find the gravel cheap enough, then
I rounded it
Divided
up
by
300.
20, so that's still 635 truckloads.
I know, but you look at these piles,
Oh, I know.
they're a lot bigger.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see what we find.
okay, there it is, right there, my whole script. See what else did I have?
Feels like I have that much under my buildings in my yard.
We talked about sprayers. Was I supposed, how much was I really supposed to pursue this at this time? Was I aggressively?
What'd you find?
Well, I called
FS?
FS. Yep. How did you know that?
Magic.
You seen it?
No, I buy stuff from them.
Yeah. I have him price out a 50-gallon tank because that's what our 500 Polaris will hold 550 some pounds in the box. So I have him price out the gas, which I didn't really prefer in the 12 bucks.
You don't want electric.
So I just got the quotes today, or before I came. And I went on Northern Tour, and I don't think we want any little garden sprayer that,
There's a company in Rapid City that builds sprayers. What's the name of it?
the Summers doesn't,
Not the little one.
they have little tractors or big ones and stuff.
No, Summers doesn't.
Mine came from Rapid City. And I think I got their name from Matson's. But I can't remember the name of it. But you don't really want an electric pump on those because if you're gonna put out a pump that'll do it any width of a swath, the alternator on that ATV won't keep up. So then you have to use a deep cycle battery and they just don't have enough oomph. You want a little on the, what do they put, a 3-horse Honda on them or something?
Yeah. Four big manufacturing.
They're
I went to
way better than
Foster County because I got 4 books on this safety project. They all came to me instead of coming to each county. So I talked to Nate and I went over there and I looked at his because he's been the weed sprayer there for many years, 8 months. They have a $120,000 weed budget. They got a 900 Polaris Ranger that they got through some type of grant. And then they had a 100-gallon tank in the back of that. They had electric pump, electric nozzle. You could shut off that one or whatever as they were going. Controls were all inside, pressure gauges and whatever. I don't know what it cost. And it was an enclosed cab. We have no doors. So that would be another thing I would kind of like to request too, is if we could get doors so that you could be, if it is cool or something out in the morning, or if there is a little drift or dust or whatever, you could have it close. Price seems fairly
Mm-hmm.
good. The only thing with the gas engine, you have problems sometimes.
Well, they're
They're doing that.
just a Honda engine is you need to be maintained, you know, change oil on them and fuel. I've run Honda engines for 35 years in our businesses and they seem to be very reliable.
Electric start.
No, I don't. But, and the bigger ones we do, but not that little. The little ones we wouldn't be able to get to. We run some of the bigger 15, 20 horse Honda engines, they're electric start. Horvick Manufacturing also does this right in Fargo, right in 29.
Yeah, they're north on 81.
Yeah.
North of Fargo.
Yeah,
Exit 20.
County 20, exit,
Yeah.
yeah.
Exit 20. Or County Road 20 exit. And actually,
on their website, other than
Here, I'll give you
I have the number. I can't remember if I called there or if I.
it's 800 373. Okay. 800 373 4084. And actually, you know, I don't know if he's still the owner, but the owner of Horvitz lives in Griggs County, Steve Long. I'm sure that Jacobson place. But I know they make them too, and they're.
Then they've been in it for 25, 30 years.
So I should keep looking.
Well, I may as well
Get
get
some quotes from
another
it.
quote. You know.
Hey, check that one out, but I think the best one is that FS one, the way it looks.
But a gas engine would probably be best.
Better.
Yeah, and it doesn't take much of a boom. I mean, 12-foot of boom total would probably be plenty.
See, this one is quoted with a boomless one.
That's got 15-foot boomless nozzles. I think if you have enough flow, you can make those work. Mine drift around.
A little bit dangerous for spraying right away because of the drift. You're counting on the drift to move the chemical, but then what are you counting on to stop the chemical from moving?
So you said you could put both on. You could put a boomless
Yeah,
nozzles on and then also a boom.
yeah.
They said in rough terrain, the boomless is the best if you're out bouncing around.
As long as there's nothing downwind, but you know, the boomless, you're counting on the wind to move the chemical, and you can't stop it. So if you're counting on to move it that way, and on the other side there's something you're going to kill. So that's why you need the boom for that, and that type nozzle for. But that's why you don't want a real big nozzle. I mean, if you have a real big boom, if you have a 6-foot of boom on each side, or 5-foot of boom on each side, 4-foot of boom, that's fine.
And they have like a 15-foot, you have an 18-foot.
Yeah, pretty big. You know, the other would get kind of sloppy, bouncing around there.
Like a lot of our ditches, they aren't very wide.
Well, I mean, they
They
never,
farm right up to the bottom.
you know, back when they did the weed control before, they just used that hand nozzle. They just sprayed it right off the back.
I
of the
want
truck.
an FS that comes with a nozzle too,
Yeah.
that you can shoot.
I mean, that's, you know, that's the easiest way.
Didn't they have a chair on the back and
There's a chair in the back, you strap, Archie strapped himself in there, and then they
it's
took
like
off.
a garden hose?
Yeah.
One thing on 911, a letter on July 1st from DS saying that as a result of this year's fee evaluation process, we will be instituting a 2-cent increase for 911 services. And LETS fees, something that law enforcement uses, beginning July 5th, 2015. State radio costs have increased mainly with increases in salaries and operational costs since the evaluation of 2012. The increase in the LETS fee is due to increased cost for the service and support that apply to terminals. The new LETS fee will be $325 per terminal per month. The actual cost is $650.66, and I'm sure Bob will talk to you about that probably sometime. But 50% of that is cost share with the state of North Dakota. 911 fee for per phone line service will go from 42 to 44 cents, so they're out at 50 for 911 fees. Did we need a motion to sign that reimbursement or not?
I have a reimbursement request that we would send into the state of North Dakota for preliminary engineering cost, right-of-way cost, utility relocation cost, construction engineering cost, for a total of $29,976.05. The total cost of that work was $33,306.72. So the county match is gonna be $33,30.67. I think that's all in your book too. Somebody like to make a motion that way?
I'll make a motion, we approve applying for the funding for reimbursement request in the amount of $29,976.05.
Sean has made a motion to send in this reimbursement request. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries. Anything else, Wayne?
I think that's it, you know.
Okay.
Am I free to go, or did you want me to stay through the bills, or?
I don't think we had any questions on your stuff, did you? Guys?
No.
I don't think so.
No? So I think we're good.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thanks, Wayne.
Bob's not here yet, so let's go down to Brian Pfeiffer. He's not here either, but I know it. Brian talked to me, and it's not a big deal, but there was nothing put in the 2014 budget for small equipment. And he said the rewind they got like a weed trimmer, weed eater, and the rewind died on it. And he said it's about, they don't build that model anymore. So he said by the time he finds one and gets it installed, it's probably gonna be, they're not that expensive on equipment. so-
Same cost as the new one.
But being that there was nothing put in the budget for any incidentals, we're gonna have to approve it.
Isn't there a courthouse, isn't there a grounds?
Buildings and grounds.
grounds?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, geez, we have the lawnmower. You gotta sharpen the blade. It seems like there'd be quite a few expenses
I don't
that.
know. I mean, I'm sure, of course, I'm sure that was information he got from. Where's the building and grounds, or what's it called? Cindy,
I'm sorry?
buildings and, I mean,
It's part of general, it's not in this.
talking about Brian's deal.
It's usually in courthouse, but they didn't put one in his budget this time. So where's your agenda page numbers? For the custodian?
No page number, I don't think, for Brian. Oh,
right here, page 9, or go to page 13.
Yep.
Is about the road department, Tom.
No, in the budget.
Oh, sorry.
Material supplies and miscellaneous, nothing? That one?
Right. This is the first time. It's usually got $200 and it didn't have anything this time.
Oh, there's a line item in here that's capital outlay for equipment, and there was $200 in there in 2013, and that was taken out in 2014.
Yeah.
So,
It seems ridiculous that they took it out. I mean, what
But
were they thinking?
well,
It's in the general fund anyway. We
You
just
can take it
transfer
out of
some money.
courthouse, the
Right.
other page I gave you.
Yeah.
so, we just need to give him the go-ahead.
Yep. I move that we allow Brian to purchase the parts to repair the weed eater, or buy a new weed eater.
Buy a new one. Do we want to put it, I don't have any idea what.
You said about 150, but that's up to you guys. Like I said, they used to have 200 in their budget, so
That's in the ballpark for a decent one.
Yeah, putting 200 in there might be good, just in case, yeah, it's a spark plug.
If it costs more than that, he can come back to us, and we'll have.
Yeah, I move that we transfer $200 into the maintenance budget out of the general fund for
For
this
equipment.
weed eater.
Equipment.
Equipment, yeah.
we'll just pay them.
Or can you purchase it right out, General?
Thank you.
John moved that $200 be transferred out of the general into the custodian under,
It's all general.
Yeah, it's all, yeah.
So if it just stays in
Buy it
the
out of
courthouse,
general.
then.
I'll restate it.
Okay.
I move that we authorize Brian to buy a weed eater up to $200 out of the general fund.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
I'll second it.
seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries. We'll go back now to Bob, page 17 through 19.
Can you do the bills first, so we'll pay them?
Yep.
Sorry, we'll go to bills, page 9. Bob,
Yes.
there was one question on the bills, that's why we waited.
Okay.
There's an invoice in here for $2,002 for some radar, and it was designated in the bills to come out of the DES budget, and it looked a lot like a sheriff's expense.
Okay, I'll have to look into that. Mickey does the bill, I didn't see that. I'll look into it. Take it off for now.
Okay? Yes, sir.
I can tell you that we got grant money for radar this month, and I think it was $2,000.
Oh,
So it's probably an in and out thing, but I'm not sure either, so.
it had the match on it.
But it probably should be in the DES budget rather than the sheriff's budget.
Twice the
Yeah.
twice.
Yeah.
Match.
75% matched by NDDOT grant.
Yeah, like 1,500, that was a grant you guys approved for the radar.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pull it and I'll look at it, we can take care of next meeting.
Okay,
I'd move to accept the auditor warrants and July vouchers as presented with the exemption of the applied county steps bill.
Been moved to approve the auditor's warrants and vouchers with the exception of the Applied Concepts voucher or invoice. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries. Now page 17.
Deal with page 17.
I gave, it's, should be up there, Bob. This is what I gave you guys.
Sheriff DES coordinator.
Is that? I don't
No.
see anything here, Cindy.
It's a letter to you from Homeland Security.
You can have mine, but.
From North Dakota DES.
Maybe.
And I got this email, Bob, but it doesn't really say what it's for. You know what I mean?
It's the letter tells us that $64,000
Oh, okay.
has been put into our account. And the question is, where, was that a separate $64,000 invoice or was that part of a larger invoice that the rest of it was denied? What exactly was accepted here to amount to the $64,000?
Okay, that was on reimbursed, that was for reimbursement number 3. And the information you got is what I got. And I asked that question, and she said that was forthcoming. And I asked her for an update on what's else going on. She said they were working on 4 and 5, and they'll be sending a payment on number 4 next week, she figures. And I have nothing else on that. You guys got what I got.
Okay, but is payment number 3, was that inclusive of the $64,000 or was it a larger request?
I don't recall offhand.
I think it was a larger request.
It was a large request.
Okay, so
So until I get a breakdown, I don't know to answer your questions. I don't have that either. And I asked that question, so.
Does that mean number 1 and number 2 are refused?
Well, number 1 and number 2 were turned back because they're included those in number 3. Because the way we submitted them, they wanted additional backup information. So number 1 and number 2 basically were rolled into number 3, if I remember correctly. But until I get a breakdown from the state, I can't answer that question.
have we ever been given the payment request? I've never seen them. I've never seen what we're requesting.
Ron had asked for him, I think I emailed him.
I think I got one and, I don't know if I got all 5. Is it, how many, is 5 with you?
Originally there were 5,
Yeah,
but I think they, like you said, they rolled the 1 and 2 into 3, so I don't know what they're calling 3.
Quite a few months ago, I do remember you sent me 1 and 2 and maybe 3 and
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Do they total 1.2 million?
That I don't remember.
You know how silly this sounds, guys? We're the ones that are in charge of putting these requests in, and we haven't even demanded that we see the request before we put them in.
Well, we can surely get you that email today.
Well,
if you want.
no, Bob, this should all been presented to us, as you've indicated over and over and over
Okay,
again.
John.
You're just working on our behalf. You don't want to take any responsibility for this.
I'm not
But
saying that.
then you've said it over and over again. It's been in the paper many times. You're just doing the paperwork.
John, a meeting ago, I said I take responsibility for my reimbursements. You tell me to go ahead and get the damn thing sent in. We sent the damn things in. So if you want to come and look at them, or you want to email to you, we will do that today. But I was told to get them spitted.
Maybe you don't understand the relationship here, Bob. We are the ones that are ultimately responsible.
Correct.
All right. You turning them in without even giving us the chance to look at them is like paying a bill without us okaying the bill. That can't happen.
John, you told me personally to send those in. You called me on the phone and told me
I
to
know
send
that, but then give us why should we have to come here and ask to see what was paid here and you just shrug your shoulders? No,
I do not.
Someone has to have it.
I made a request to DES for that information. I don't have it. I don't have
Get us copies of them.
it. I will get them for you. You'll have them Monday.
Because, and here's my theory, I don't know if it's theory, opinion. If we're not going to get the full amount of the grant, the covenants that has been agreed to through that granting process is going to cost the taxpayers of Griggs County much more than $64,000. They can have it back if that's all it's gonna be. That's all I'm saying.
I get that.
Okay? So the answer is we don't know the answer to that. But I guess if the grant requests or funding requests, reimbursement requests, whatever you want to call them, if 1, 2, and 3 were rolled together, so there are remaining 3 requests, could you guys get us a copy of those requests so that we can review
Yes.
them? That will give us a little bit of insight when we get this type of communication from them, because really that doesn't mean very much to us.
No, it didn't to me, that's why I made a request to Jen Nicole for a further update on what's currently paid, and I asked her what is the status of the next 2.
Okay?
And what I got back from her was, we made the $64,000 payment, we're working on the remainder of it, and today she told me that she will have a payment on request number 4 to us next week, and they're working on remainder 4, and they're working on 5. That's what I got from them.
So do we have a dollar figure for what 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, or just a simple total, what the requests were?
We do downstairs, I don't have it in my head.
It's just shy of $1 million.
I know, but I mean, could you go down and get us 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? So I can see what we're at least dealing with here, now that we know that 1 and 2 have been rolled into 3, and this is part of 3, and 4 and 5 are remaining, it'll give us an indication of where we stand here. And I'll have to say, I've been asking for this all week, and haven't got any satisfaction about it. And I really don't like the answer that someone else will get it for me, and then I ask someone else, and then they point back to the other person.
Okay, John, no one has asked me nothing all week for this, so
Okay.
the request is not made to me for, and if it would have been, you would have had it.
Well, you didn't show up with it here today.
I wasn't asked to bring nothing here today.
Well, then we have a lack of communication somewhere, because that was the request, and it
I was
wasn't-
asked,
it wasn't right.
John, I was asked by the chairman to give an update on the reimbursements, and I brought what I was given by the state of Dakota. That's what I
But
have.
I told you this was inadequate.
What's that?
I told you I had this in an email and it was not adequate.
Yes, you did, I agreed with you. And I made a request to state for additional information, and I have not gotten it.
Yeah, and I had made a request to Connie just to get more information, and I just said, send it to me if you could find out anything more, but it was informal.
You don't know roughly what the dollar request was for payment number 3.
Offhand, I don't. That, those first 3 were rolled together, and
Would you think it'd be unusual if they make occupation part of it?
no, they make patient requirements on the grant since we've been doing. And they're gonna make a patient, actually, they're all partial payments on the grant.
They don't approve a payment request in its entirety, or?
And in the past, I've had grants broken down in 3 or 4 sections.
Yeah, that's a possibility. But I just find it odd that somewhere, the North Dakota DES sends us a payment for $64,000 and doesn't substantiate it. That just can't be the, if that's the case, they're in worse shape than we are.
That's a good point. I mean, really, it's kind of irresponsible on their part to do
Yeah.
that.
And that was Connie, my initial conversation was just that. And that's why I made the initial request, and she said it'll be forthcoming. And we're working on 4 and 5, and that's what I've left with.
But the ultimate responsibility for this rests with us, and it rested with the prior commissioners. And the covenants of this grant and everything to do with this grant, although you're in charge of the paperwork of it, ultimately it is the county that is responsible for abiding by all the rules and regulations set forth. And it involves money, so we really need to be, not that we don't trust anybody, but we need to be kept in the loop here so we don't do something that ends up like it was just done here a while ago. Where all of a sudden we're down the road, and now we realize that by taking this grant, we've obligated ourselves to other obligations, which makes the whole purpose of accepting a grant not quite so clear anymore.
I sent David Coleman an email the day I got notice of that 64,000. I said, did you make a $64,000 payment to us based on the EOC grant? A day later, I said, what was that for? And a day later, I got the email verbatim was, you were sent one payment. That was your result. You were sent one payment.
Yeah, we shouldn't tell you nothing.
Right. And when we get those reimbursements from the state, yes, they come just like that email you got. There's 3 pages. There's a letter, award letter, and then there's two additional documents with it. And that's what was sent to me and I forwarded it.
Now, that first set of requests that we had into them, they did approve about $4,000 out of that. Is that included in the 64,000?
I'm assuming it must be, maybe. There again, I don't know until I get a breakdown from them.
They turned a whole bunch of that stuff back because it was done pre-grant period of time. But there was a little bit on that was approved, and that was
Yeah, I think you're right. It was around, I've forgotten about that, but there was
3,800 or
yeah,
4,200 or something.
4,000
little number.
a little less.
And the other thing that when Connie gets back here, but as long as we're on this subject, we need to determine the grant requests, the requests for payment that were sent in, how many of them were substantiated by monies that Griggs County has already paid.
Everything we sent in has been paid, or we can't send it in. It was all paid by monies through the billing authority. The majority was paid by the billing authority with local funds.
Okay, so how do we then substantiate the $767,000 that the audit indicated that Griggs County as an entity had paid towards this project?
Okay, now we're looking at the project and we're looking at the EOC. They're two separate things. They're in the same building. There's monies paid on the total project that only a portion of that will be paid to the EOC.
Right, but we have to look at the total project in order to determine the way that this has been set up. We have to look at the total project because we're looking at the EOC as a percentage of the total project. And that's the way it looks, that's the way you're justifying the cost for the EOC was as a percentage of the total project.
That's right, but if you do that, John, then you need to increase the cost of the total project if you're gonna put the 700,000 in there, because the 3.5 million was not an accurate number.
Absolutely, but what I'm saying is a certain percentage of this money coming back that the county extended towards the EOC portion of this project will never leave the county.
Right.
It has to stay here in the county, because otherwise we'd be taking county money and then dumping it back into the project again. So the funds that were paid by the county have already been paid, they need to stay with the county. But that's the way the system was set up. It has to be paid beforehand, you pay beforehand, you're reimbursed. Well, in order to make this work, that's exactly how that's gonna happen. So the fact that this thing ran way over the top is gonna come back to bite everybody in the butt now, because we're not gonna be able to, again, then take those funds, which were a reimbursement, and then send them back out into the project. That can't happen. We don't have the instrument to do that.
Yeah, along those lines, I'd like
Plus,
to.
it's not our building.
Again, we don't have the instrument to do
I mean,
it,
that's
so.
the $290,000 shouldn't have gone there.
Right, so the pie in the sky that when this grant comes through, that this is gonna solve all the problems is not a fact.
Otherwise, you guys could pay my house off for me.
That's right. Yeah. So it's not a fact. When the money comes in, it's going to, just as you mentioned, it's for reimbursement of what's already been paid. So what's county's been paid, they'll be reimbursed for as what went to the EOC portion of it, and the portion that went to the courthouse part of it will have to be reimbursed to the county or held back by the county from the building authority because the county never had any obligation to pay for any of the courthouse portion of this project. So this cost overrun that was snuck in there is gonna come back to bite this whole project and put a whole stop to the whole damn thing. And there's just no other way around it. We have nothing in place to get that money from, if it does come back here, over there.
I'd like to see a report from the auditor's office on what that $767,000 was.
Well, that's the next thing. I want to see the checks. I want to
Okay.
see the checks that encompass that $767,000.
Because until we see that,
Yeah, and then we'll cross-reference them with what's been requested.
One of the sheets is upside down.
Uh-oh.
Just take one and pass them along.
Oh, sorry.
please. And I ran a quick total, and it's 1,288,741 for 29.
I got one left. Did anybody get one for John?
That's, I just don't know the
Five
amounts.
there.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, so where's the total?
There isn't a grand total. Each page
No,
is
each-
a total of, the second page of each one has the total of the reimbursement. The first one was an in-kind one,
3,800.
that was 122,087.
Oh, wait a minute. I mean, request number one was for $3,810, right?
$3,810.
And that was approved.
That was, well, that,
No,
no,
partial, part of it was.
we weren't asking for money back on that one because it's
Oh.
in-kind work.
Oh,
So that'll be part of our 320.
okay, never mind.
So the second one is 122,000.
Was requested.
Yeah.
Okay. And that was denied.
So
I don't know if
three,
it's been denied or approved.
well, three of the amounts requested is only $26,000. How do we get 64?
They rolled
That's
one,
why
2, and 3
they
together.
rolled 1, 2, and 3 together.
Okay. Oh, this is the first request. This isn't.
Yeah, this is the first.
Yes, you got request 1 and 2 here, and those are the ones they wanted
Okay.
documented, different backups. So that was re-rolled, they included that with
This is the first 1, 2, and 3, and 4.
We didn't really create anything new for what we sent them documentation.
Okay,
But that was the backup we used.
I think we should get if you can, give us, or at least give me the rejection letters from Debbie too, so that I can match
I don't
them
have
up.
any
We don't have a
rejection
rejection letter.
Well, I thought you sent me one stating why number one was turned down, because I know at one time.
There were spreadsheets that they sent.
Oh, was
us.
that what it all
Yeah.
was? Because,
Well, we
it said-
got those.
Yeah, it said
You got
something
that
about this
spreadsheet.
was denied or.
yeah, I thought it was,
Form
well, I guess it was
four.
from Debbie Lacombe, but I thought there was something from Debbie Lacombe. And an example is the previous county commissioner when they were meeting, they tried to send in a bill for the expense of their meetings, and it was turned
That was
down.
on the spreadsheet.
Was that on the spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Okay, if that's the case, then I'm all right.
Then Connie, not now, but we need to have the auditor or the treasurer, we need to have the checks that equal the $767,000 that was the total fund spent on this project in 2013. When Harold did the audit, he came up with a number of $767,000 that was expended towards the project.
Okay.
I'd like to see the checks that equal that amount. And, yeah, that's not for next meeting probably.
If you could do that for 2012, it would be real good too.
It appears like in 2012, there was $312,000 that was expended towards the project, and I didn't look at 2011.
So you've submitted a request for reimbursement equal to 1.18 million.
So we try what we were asking you.
12, whatever else.
And there's
So of that, only 988,000 can really be reimbursed.
Correct.
But am I correct in saying that the balance of that then can go towards our portion of the 25%?
The balance of the amount we.
So the difference between 988 and 1.8 million,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
at least that much.
Yep.
And it wouldn't be that much because that other one was 3,800.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that the $767,000 that was expended in 2013 budget will show as Griggs County paying that money then? Or the percentage, the 38% of the 767 towards the EOC project?
No.
Well, you said Harold says Griggs County had stat
767 is what he arrived at in his
So then
audit.
there should be,
And Bob's correct in saying that was towards the whole project.
Right,
So
right.
we'd have to use, are they using 36 or 39%? I'm not sure.
I can't remember either.
As far as the percentage of the EOC project of the whole.
yeah, I think it was 38.
Okay.
See, some of those costs
Are entirely.
are entirely for the courthouse portion of it, or did not entail an EOC cost. The EOC costs that we're getting reimbursed for, they're allowable costs. So I mean, we're gonna have to go through those checks and itemize that out and get that, and we'll be able to do that.
But nevertheless, they'll have to get into two categories. One category that Griggs County has expended towards the EOC that they're being reimbursed for. The other category will be monies that Griggs County has loaned basically to the building authority. And so we're just being reimbursed then for the money that we loaned to the building authority. Because the Griggs County had no commitment to this project other than the EOC portion of the project.
Yeah, except they
And
paid
the
that
repayments,
for that
you mean.
290,000.
Paying and a commitment are two different things.
But it was,
Yeah, and so the notion that there's gonna be a bunch of excess money to fix this problem we're in when this grant, if this grant comes through, is false. There's not gonna be any money going anywhere.
I never heard there was gonna be excess money anywhere.
The grant, the $988,000
Oh,
has
that's
all
right.
been used up,
Yeah.
When it comes to the Griggs County coffers, it's most of it's gonna stay here.
Well, you get it. The building authority paid most all of the bills.
Mhm.
Coming
It needs to go to construction engineers to continue the project.
No, if Griggs County has paid $767,000 in 2013 that they weren't obligated to pay, and it went towards that project, then they either paid it in support of the EOC or they paid it in support of the building authority. So it can't come to us then and then go back out, because then we're taking county funds and paying too much on the EOC portion of it, or paying the building authority for which we don't have an avenue to do that. The minute this thing ran over budget, no matter how you ran it over budget, the minute it ran over budget, it put you in this peril. And as of now, we can confirm that it's $767,000 over budget, the amount that Griggs County paid over and above what the price of the project was. Well, you can shake your head, but that's the way it is. And that wasn't your doing, and that wasn't your doing, but it was somebody's doing, and we can't undo it. Because then you're asking the county and the county commissioners to basically take public funds and send them to an entity that we can't send, we don't have the authority to send them to. So again, when I say excess funds, I mean these funds coming from the grant. They appear to be pledged somewhere, but they were pledged somewhere without the ability to be pledged.
I think 290,000 of that was other offices.
Again, 290,000 of it was of the other offices, but our lease agreement with the building authority makes no mention of that.
I understand that.
Yeah, and when push comes to shove, all we can do is what is legal and what's written. And this is a big, huge mess, and I don't know what else. I mean, it's not going to solve the problem either way. We're going to get even in the best case scenario, we get the money from the grant. We can't send it to the building authority. We can't send it to the construction engineers.
but now we're obligated to maintain this building.
I haven't seen that in writing. Do you have that somewhere that where the county is obligated to maintain the?
I think Bob has.
Bob does. Bob was presented with that. Bob was presented with that in the email for 3 days ago. Very
Yeah.
straightforward. Very straightforward.
That's the first time I've ever seen any of that.
Okay. Well, no, it's addressed to you. I mean, your name is on there.
No, like the email I got from Ron, that was the first time I've seen that document or that communication with Debbie LaPointe. I've never seen it before.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so would you agree then that we are obligated, if we take the grant, to maintain the courthouse in perpetuity?
I mean, according to what Debbie says, yes, but I surely wouldn't stop there with it.
We've taken it farther than that.
We haven't taken nothing at the initial value of this thing. Do you think we're the first one that's ever had this issue? No. These buildings are torn down every day, and there's a process for that. Okay? And I don't think we just stop there. I think we go further. If you guys want to tear this courthouse down, we don't stop at what Debbie LaPointe says. She's not an attorney. She's not the final say in this. I think you guys have options to go beyond that.
Bob, you guys explore those options and we'll show you the paperwork where you requested and the county commission specifically requested the ways around it. And every avenue they turned you down. We've shown you all that.
I've never requested anything about a way around it. I have never requested a way around that from anybody. I have never written a letter requesting a way around anything. There's a mechanism for doing that, and we have not done that. So since when do we ever stop just at your initial no or your initial bump in the road? We don't do that. I mean, John, all I'm saying is there's ways to get these things done. You've worked with the government long enough. You know just as well as I do. What is today isn't tomorrow. And believe me, I would not stop there because you wouldn't stop there. If this was your slow fix, you wouldn't stop there, John.
But we've got the documentation that you did stop there and you were turned down. Okay, here we go. Here we go then, Bob. I would like to move that we instruct Bob Hook to proceed forward with a plan in order to tear down this courthouse.
I'll accept it. And if there's a way of doing it, we'll do it. If there's not, then there's not.
Well, let's just get it settled once and for all. It seems like in all our dealings with you, Bob, we have to get you on the record and we have to get you stating flat out what's going to be done and what isn't going to be done. It's the only way to make you stick to something. So
Okay.
I'd like to move that we instruct the DES director, Bob Hook, to move forward and give us an answer, yes or no, whether or not we can tear down this old courthouse if we accept the grant.
Not a problem.
Okay.
And I also would like to see this documentation where I was turned down and requested to tear the courthouse down.
We'll give that to you. We'll get you all the
I've never made a request to anyone to tear the courthouse down. I have never made a request for that. So how can I be turned down on that, John? Show me my request.
We should. Yeah, we'll get that to you, Bob.
Hey, John, put that motion on the table. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll move to second.
Second by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. One small detail, and even if we could tear down the old courthouse, it's gonna cost $750,000. Are you grow that on a tree someplace?
No.
You're gonna get it done?
No, I wasn't asked.
It doesn't appear that it was in the plan of the construction
It wasn't.
of the new courthouse.
It was not.
Boy, you guys are deep thinking people. Wowee.
Yeah. Actually, you guys, one of your friends said you tear it down for $30,000.
He did not. He said he'd tear it down for $60,000 and you haul it away, you get rid of it, you do everything else, you rebuild it, and then you put your own parking lot in there. You know what it costs for a parking lot, Bob?
Sure you do.
How much?
How big is this?
No kidding.
Well,
You know how big this
boy,
building
that was
is?
a flash in the pan, really, Troy?
You know how big this building is, Bob?
Do you have to make the parking lot this big?
I don't know.
No, probably not.
It's neither here nor there. The fact,
Right, I agree.
No matter if we tear it down, whether or not he did it for $30,000, the county's still responsible for any environmental impact that causes, and we would still have to come in and do it. So there is a cost to tear it down.
Exactly.
It isn't $30,000. I don't know what it is. Now we're back to contending whether or not it can be torn down. Let's get this settled once and for all. Can it be torn down? Can it be torn down?
Right, in your motion, you asked me to find out. You didn't ask me how it's going to be funded.
No, that's not up to you, it's just getting to it.
I'll find an answer. You know, give me that adequate quick time to get that answer finalized.
Okay. Next thing on the agenda is the St. Alexis quarterly report.
It's just a quarterly report you get from St. Alexis. We pay them $250 quarter, which you okay today to bill. For any employees that would seek any counseling, and it includes all employees. And you just call the number, there's posters up downstairs. There was nobody that used it this last quarter that I know of. Any other questions on it?
No.
Okay.
Page 22 is 2014 North Dakota Association of Counties Annual Conference. I didn't know if anybody was interested in going to that, but I asked Cindy to put it in here just so everybody knew about it. Now, did you find out about that training thing? We're supposed to go and get smarter.
Within a year, you have to have training
Yeah.
of your election.
Is it gonna be in here?
There should be some training that they offer. I don't know if it's that, I didn't know that was a question I needed to have answered. You could probably take something while you're there if you talk to association, but usually that's their really busy time. But there's so many credits you need to get, and there's a certain training you have to do within a year. And I can call them and find out if that's exactly offered during that course.
Will I get fired if I don't have it?
Are you fired or am I fired?
No, will I get fired?
I don't think so. I don't know what the repercussions, you'd have to ask Jamie.
I don't know. I never encountered it before, so I don't know. We'll do some checking.
You can't dock our pay.
You might be falling unqualified, but I don't know.
What's that?
You may be falling unqualified to serve, but I'm not sure.
Well, we all got in the office on the same day, so we all need to
Right.
do something here in the next little while.
I will request from them the information and I will forward that request to all of you.
Okay?
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, there's only 4 months left or so since the time we were sworn in, I think, so.
Right.
I'm sorry.
There's only about 4 months from now is gonna be November 18th, and that's after we were sworn in, so we don't have too much time to do it.
You were sworn in October.
Yeah.
So yeah, you would have to have it
Well, then we
done.
got 3 months.
Well, I'm going on record, I'm saying I'm against letting the bureaucracy train me. We end up like it is, and then that's what I'm here to try and fix, not
That's
to,
rather
not to,
surprising.
not to be, I'm here to try and fix it, not be part of it.
I hear you.
Okay, the thing is with the rooms with the association, they are now full. They have them at the Ramcota. Usually they fill up in February. I'm sure you all received the email. They send it to all the commissioners and all the, as far as I think, all the Griggs County gets an email on this association meeting. And I need to look into who our delegate is right now too, for the association. So, but the rooms that they have are, I think, the International, or what is it called, Expressway Inn. You can get, there's 2 different ones right next to each other at the end of the block, and it's a building away from the Ramcota.
They're nice and cheaper anyway.
Yeah, Expressway Inn is quite a bit cheaper than Ramcota.
That's where I always used to
You
stay.
get state rates, so you're better off staying at Ramcota. They're all the same thing.
Okay, next thing on here is a letter from Emily. She has, her doctor has limited her time, so she's gonna be cutting back a little bit in her hours. She didn't express any concern in here over that as far as getting done what she needed to get done, so I guess I think that's okay, right? Her competition over in Griggs County, Steele County, just for everyone's information, resigned from office, so there's...
What?
Alicia Washburn, the auditor in Steele County, resigned.
I was talking to her yesterday, I thought.
Maybe you crossed it.
It's on August 6th.
So assuming she's not gonna accept the position even if she wins, Emily's probably gonna be the auditor. That was my point.
Sounds like they're gonna appoint somebody else until the election.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I got yesterday. And they might reduce their powers and hire a county manager, and they're already thinking of something all there.
She didn't sound that unhappy.
Another set of commissioners that thinks they're much wiser than the electorate. Nice. Okay, election report.
Okay, you have the election report there, so it gives you the cost per ballot. The thing I wanted to bring up is if I can ask you to just charge the cities $200 per city. If I try to figure out and charge them the cost of the election, it may cost them more than they are willing to pay. They have never paid before. It's up to you guys. I can do a percentage per, you're including the workers, you're including the ballots, you're including what's published in the paper, the programming, which would include voices. So it could end up costing them over $1,000 each. They've never had to pay anything before. So I'm asking.
How come they never had to pay anything before?
Because we just never charged them.
Binford,
It's Binford, Hanford, and Cooper. So we get $600. And we never got anything before.
but half of the people that voted must have been from those three cities.
Trying to figure out how that would be. I don't know if it's half. I'd have to sit and figure it out. Cooperstown is your biggest, but your districts are each equal, or close to equal.
They're in there.
So
this is just for the city elections.
they're a portion of the city election.
Yeah.
So their names in there.
Yeah. Wow.
And it is totally up to you because a lot of times in the primary, what takes so long in the elections for the workers is the cities. Because they do not get somebody to run.
Because of the write-ins.
Yes, because of the write-ins. That is where your work comes in. But they've never had to pay, and I don't know if Hanford, Binford, what the cost, if you start charging them the full amount of it, if they'll,
Well, it wouldn't be worth the calculation because you'd spend so much time doing the math.
that's it too.
For what little you get back.
Huh?
For what little you get back, you spend more time.
Well, if you're gonna make the cities pay, then why not make the townships pay too?
Townships aren't on it.
There's nobody on the ballot. from
Townships do their own elections.
Yeah, but I mean, when, in a countywide election, the townships are they still vote as an entity also, same as the
They
city.
vote as
same
an
the
entity,
city.
but they
But they're only
don't.
voting for the county and the state
Right.
offices, just like everybody else.
They vote for the
What
county.
she's saying is
Yeah.
there's separate city.
Oh, you mean for the,
Park board.
It just happens most in the primary.
That's why I said it wouldn't be very easy to calculate.
I see what you mean.
Because who voted for the school board or the county commission or the mayor and who didn't.
Oh, I thought it was the residents of the county. Okay.
Uh-uh.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Okay.
So it's a little tiny slice of the pie that's not worth knowing the answer to. I agree with you. So,
It just makes it easier on them too, because they, like Binford and Hannaford, if they can afford to pay what it would cost them. I mean, they probably would, but
did you talk to them?
I just talked to Nancy. And I asked her if she thought 200 would be
Oh, Nancy
fine.
Lundy?
Yeah,
Oh,
but I didn't talk to the others. And if you wanna wait, then my report waits that I have to give to the state. Right now, it's on hold because of this, just this one question. That report that I just gave you is on hold for me to push a button and give it to them because of this one question. But if you want me to sit down and figure out, I will and come back next meeting. It's up to you guys.
what are your wishes, guys?
No, I don't, if it hasn't been done before, I don't think that's worth doing.
Well, they haven't paid anything before. Do you want to tell them for the $200 or just forget about it?
Whatever
Forget
seems-
about it.
Yeah.
It's up to you guys. I asked Nancy 200 and, you know, we're handling their ballots. It's a, what do you wanna call it? It's a token or whatever.
What can we do a set fee? I mean, if we can do a set fee without having to go through and figure out what it was, I suppose it's fine. But
That's what she's proposing, a $200 charge.
for each one of them, Ben, for
Yeah.
Cooperstown? That's fine with me. As long as we don't have to go through the work of figuring out exactly what they do owe.
Yeah, because you'd have to go through and figure it from the paper. You'd have to figure out each line in the ballot, the publication, I just said paper. The coding of the ballots, the cost of the ballots.
I move that we go with Cindy's recommendation for charging the municipalities. Is it $200?
Yep.
For the administrative work the county does in the elections.
Okay. John, move that the cities be charged a flat $200 for reimbursement of the expenses for the election costs. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
John?
Nay.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries.
And we're lucky because our vote only costs, what, 6 something a vote? There's some that cost them,
12,000 was it?
no, but if there's a part of that shows you per vote,
Oh,
each person that votes. And I know one county it was 26 something per vote because they only had 200 some people. And I think they have like 1,800 that could vote, no, 220 some people voted at the time.
I just came up with $13.77 per vote.
Oh, okay, sorry.
how many votes?
Yeah, this one
935.
says 1345 on here. So yeah,
935 votes.
but theirs was 26 something per vote.
We need to get Cindy a new calculator.
Hmm? Anyway,
Superintendent of schools.
1345.
you're up, dear.
So this is the exclusion from Artis Otley, because that is who the state has on records for the last superintendent of schools. It just needs to be approved by Troy. And then,
we can reappoint you.
sure.
Is that the plan?
And then on page 28, I have distributed the assignments to those people, and they've all signed it. So I just need your guys' okay as well. I just got back from the conference. I had that on Monday and Tuesday, and I was informed that I am able to do spelling bees, math counts, all that stuff, and I've emailed Travis Jordan about it, told him that if they needed any help that I could, or if they wanted me to, I could, but just to let me know, and asked him if to get this approved at their board meeting, but they have not emailed back yet.
What is that? As a superintendent of school, you can approve spelling bees? Is that what you said?
I conduct the spelling
Conduct
bees.
spelling bees,
Yeah.
okay. All right. No, that sounds fine.
Yeah, but right now I have it that the schools do that, since they've been doing that since, I know Artist Otley did do them when she was here, but ever since she's resigned, they haven't, or the schools have been in charge of this.
For 15 years.
So what do we need?
Oh, there will not be.
There's the
When we're done, there won't be a
page
superintendent.
It just
27
comes
is a resolution that needs to be adopted. And on
Did I
page
word it wrong, do you
28,
think?
I'm sorry.
No, just-
Sorry.
Then on page 28, there's the dissolution. That needs to be signed and sent in. And that's all I have is those 2 sheets. And then she needs your permission to be appointed, I'm thinking, superintendent of schools, right? Isn't that part of 28 or not?
Yeah.
And then we still have some paperwork that needs to be done. One thing, when I was at the auditors convention, they brought up that some of the counties just hire somebody to come in, and if you ever do a reorganization of something, they hire them to do it, because it doesn't happen very often. You know, because one was when Laverne went into Cooperstown. You know, it didn't even actually happen when we were in school. It happened after I got up here.
It's because the school is still open.
Yeah. So, I remember bringing through one, and there's a lot of steps to it. So, some counties just hire somebody else to come in and do a reorganization on different things. And same with the annexations, but that doesn't have anything to do with this. So,
But disillusion to me means we're not gonna have a superintendent of schools anymore.
What this one is it's getting rid of
It
Artist
is-
Otley
And then we're creating another one.
Yeah.
it is.
Where?
Right underneath it. Now therefore be resolved that said plan of duties be attached to this resolution from each school district, and then that's why she went through and got this signed. And she's gonna be the new superintendent of schools.
Yeah.
Because Artist didn't resign or didn't, or she didn't dissolve good when she went away.
I don't see Samantha on here.
Well, it's got the county auditor duties, file annual school budget and tax levy, certify school betterment.
I see. All right.
We didn't have one for 13 years. If we screw this up, it won't be too bad. So we need a motion adopting the resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Sam, I need you to go down. Did you print this out? Yeah, I think I have it.
Okay, I give it to you. Did you forget?
I make a motion, I move that we adopt the resolution as presented on page 27 of the meeting minutes. Dissolving and then, let's see, what's it? Oh, that'd be fine, just as presented on page 27. And 28, I guess.
That's the dissolution. That's not part of the resolution.
Yeah,
They're two separate.
okay.
I'll second the motion.
Been moved by John, seconded by Sean to accept the motion of dissolution of the Curtis County Superintendent of Schools.
No, I think he's doing
Or,
just this one.
Resolution.
Yeah,
The
he's
resolution.
reading.
oh,
Okay, I'm sorry.
accept the resolution on the resignation of the superintendent of school, Artis Otley. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now we'll move on to the dissolution. As you can see, the local school districts have agreed to perform most of the day-to-day duties. I assume that under I, those statutory duties are like annual reporting requirements and such, which would still fall on the auditor's office.
I was informed that Mid-Coda, their elementary is in Griggs County, but their high school is in
Foster County.
Foster County.
Sure.
And so I met the superintendent of schools designee at the conference, and she's going to look into it to see who's got who, but it's sounding like she's got them, so I would just be in charge of the Griggs County.
And that may change. Because I was told since the main office is in Minn-Kota, I have to do the levy. So she does need to get back to her, and we might have to include Minn-Kota and some of that stuff.
Okay.
Otherwise, they would be doing the levy in Foster, and they aren't. So, yeah, she's gonna check it. Because their business, that's where their business office is, and their business office is in Binford.
Okay.
She was telling me that they were sending all their paperwork and like their reports and stuff, so that.
So that's, and she still has some other things to check into. And we may have to come back to you with some stuff, but right now, this is as far as we've gotten.
I've gotten all the other assignments done. I just have to take it to the school board and have them so that it's in their minutes if they wish to do that.
And then some of these board appointments, like I said, if you guys can decide on doing, maybe just hiring somebody instead of having, because it falls on the superintendent of schools to do a reorganization. And if we could just hire somebody instead.
Do we have to have a superintendent of schools?
Yeah, I think so. It's usually appointed by
You looked
somebody.
into that.
Yeah. Either through the county or the school superintendents.
Yeah, because they are responsible for setting up your reorganization. They do the board, and I think it's a commissioner, and I don't know if it's the state's attorney, and the superintendent of schools that gets on this board. So, for a reorganization. So sometimes it's just better if you hire somebody else to head it up for you. Like I said, it's only happened, I think, once or twice since I've been here.
So we deal with it when it happens.
You deal with it when it happens.
Reorganization doesn't happen very often.
Right.
Can't we run it like we've been running it since 1999? What's that? Can't we run it like we've been running it since 1999?
Yes.
We haven't been doing nothing. Why should we do nothing now?
Well, I think it can be, and I what the responsibility, if you want to do that, I think the responsibilities can be left back on the school. We have to come up with that organizational plan, and the schools can be left responsible to do all their stuff.
Then it'll blow up when you do need reorganization.
But we still have to have the designee. We still have to have the superintendent of schools.
Right,
They don't
but that's
need
what
to-
John said, just to leave it
But
without.
they don't need to be that active. Is that what you're talking about? I mean, they don't.
It's always been the superintendent since
Yeah.
1999.
But I think we still need to have one, and I think she probably should be an active member. That person should be an active member of the courthouse, not retired. But I don't think that they need to. I think the rest of the responsibilities can be left on the school, as they have been.
Just how active she depends on, she might want to get more active or not, it just depends on what you allow her to do.
If it doesn't cost the county anymore, I don't see why it couldn't be active in it. But if it's an expense to the county, then
I think spelling bees are good.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we
if there was no need for a dog catcher for the last 15 years, why do we need a dog catcher now?
I know that Jan was the
Yeah.
superintendent.
She got paid and then there was things that she did do.
Just wasn't sent into the state, and so that's.
But artists, we never appointed Jan evidently.
The commissioners appointed it, but the paperwork was never followed through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not against it, I just, if we're creating something that, I'm fine with it, I just. ask
I'm
the
just
question.
surprised since, I think because we've had it covered, I think the state's never pushed it. And I know when I called them, they said, well, oh, you haven't had anybody since 1999. And it sounds like their paperwork, and I don't know if they're gonna go back and start digging through it now, but a lot of their paperwork has gotten lost. So,
So essentially, it's your fault for bringing it up.
yeah. I guess you can't put it that way.
What are your wishes, fellas?
Yeah, I'm fine with it, whatever you guys want to do.
You need to do.
Put that in the form of a motion?
No, I did the first one, you guys.
For him to sign.
You weren't asking for votes yet.
I'll make a motion to approve the dissolution of Griggs County Superintendent of Schools. As presented.
Sean moved to approve the dissolution. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Couldn't find that.
Oops, we'll take the. Is the other one?
Anything on the existing courthouse? I guess we have two existing courthouses, but
I'm moving 5 minute break.
John moved for a recess, 5 minutes. Sean second. All in favor?
Sure.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Did you forget this?
Maybe. Some stuff.
That's why I was kind of, because we went from that report to
Oh, okay, then we got to, okay.
The city would initiate, try to initiate contact with them and draw.
Nobody corrected me.
I
Oh, on the
was
website?
going to, but I didn't. I was
On the
like-
website
He said
or?
that's what he meant.
No, he missed the law enforcement agreement and the Griggs County website.
Oh, okay.
Ron's been talking to the city supervisor.
And the actual contract would be just the city. So they'd have to come back for it.
Oh, well, maybe because it would go through district court, so it would use the county for
Possibly. The contract was strictly with the city, the city communications.
That's the way else the county was to use, was the state. And the judge, ultimately, it's the judge's discretion whether or not they want to do it, and I don't know.
That's a broad kind of. He's there on that.
No, they're not, so. And, it would probably require them to come on or some twice a month instead of once a month. They wouldn't want that.
So, that's what Rod said.
Well, I'll tell that Paul.
Well, you hear questions on that stuff?
Yeah,
That city stuff? The bar thing?
well, obviously, your direction.
Yeah, the city of Cooperstown will have to make a request to the state court administration for them to run their court. The county's really basically out of it.
What happens is, I was part of this.
Would it be part of the contract negotiations?
Not police contractors, two separate animals, completely.
What happens if this is part of it, Nelson County, the city makes the agreement with the district court, the judges have to okay it. And my experience up there was that once I started enforcing the city codes, the judges quickly decided not to okay the agreement. That agreement up there was in place for, I don't know, 15 or something years, 10 years, something like that. But until I got up there, no one had, the city hadn't started enforcing any of their tickets. When I started doing it, it was kind of a headache because the city wanted stuff done retroactively, and the city didn't do very good bookkeeping right away. So it could be different if it was started fresh, like I said up there. What the city did, they used the court system to be kind of a collection agent for the tickets. The tickets that people paid, they just kept themselves. The ones that they wanted enforced, they brought to the state attorney's office. And the judges didn't like that because the court was supposed to be getting all the money run through the court, and it wasn't happening. And that was.
But we're okay with that when the
Because even
the county can keep any.
see, the county doesn't, the county, per se, the county,
Okay.
they have no say in that whatsoever.
Right.
They're on the outside.
The judges, I'm sure the judge will say, hey, Jamie, you want to prosecute any more city citations? I'm fine with it because it probably won't be that many. But
Well, the issue we have is we can't enforce anything because.
See, the two things are too, is you're talking the civil code and criminal code. See, right now, we take care of all the criminal stuff, it's done. So the only thing we're talking about are those civil issues. And so that's,
Well, if you want
are they gonna prosecute the judge? You know, on those civil issues,
I don't know,
that's the question.
that may be something that the city wants to talk to court administration about and get their input about it. I can get you guys the contact information from the court administration that takes care of this report.
You want to just email it to Nancy or? Because really the negotiations gotta go from you to them, because the county's just not in that loop. As far as anything with court, when they went that statewide unified court system, the local county court control was gone on that day.
That's we possible.
So it's really the statewide system, and only we have the state paid for a clerk or part of a clerk to work in the county. That's all that works. See, a lot of places, they want their criminal, but their speeding tickets and that too. Well, we don't. That's a different animal, we're already doing that anyway, that all goes through the court system. It's just those civil ordinances. How you get them.
Well, we just want it so that our ordinances can be enforced.
So we should probably want to teach you that information for Rob Olson, he's the teacher now, our most court administrator.
And if they want to meet with you guys, I'm happy to do it, like I said.
Yeah, they'll come up with it.
I don't think it's gonna be that much of a burden, I don't think it'll be that much more work. I said, the judges up there, they went once they started enforcing the city ordinances.
Well, we should get these guys before they're naive about it.
Take care of those flag promenades.
Yeah.
And that's, that would take care of those little few.
Then the other part of it too, then we still have to have some kind of contract with the sheriff.
Yeah, that's a separate issue. I'm not gonna talk to Ron for you, we should probably get together before a meeting, or designation of whoever.
That's why I'm gonna come back to my meeting with this, who's gonna meet and things like that.
See, we did that in the past all the time. Something with Paul and something else, yeah.
It just says that needs to get renegotiated in July.
Yeah. Are you the person?
Could Jamie read this?
What's that?
I'll get to Ron about that.
Call the meeting back to order, Griggs County Commissioners. It is approximately 2:59. And I'm sorry, well, I forgot that I skipped your agenda item, but I'm gonna go to it right now.
Good.
So we'll go back to the agenda item that I overlooked when I was skimming down the page. Law enforcement agreement and storage of evidence. The law enforcement agreement that they're referring to is the city of Cooperstown. And right now, the sheriff's deputies are enforcing the speed limits and the stop sign, I mean, just the law within the city limits, but they're not doing anything with city ordinances. Parking violations, dogs, cats, leash laws, blah, 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 nothing's happening. And the city would kind of like the county to do that in addition to the other policing services, since there's no city constable.
Why did you leave?
Don't know.
Yeah,
And you are,
I'm Weldon Cochran, I'm a member of the city council.
okay.
I can comment quickly on the enforcing of the city ordinances. Based on my experience up north, in order to have the city ordinances go through the district court without having to have the city set up their own municipal court, the city would have to have a prosecution agreement with the district court. What happened, I guess I'll give my experience, what happened up in Nelson County is Lakota and Nelson County had a prosecution agreement with the district court. I started enforcing it and the judges put the kibosh to it within about 2 months because they didn't want to be the dog police. So they rescinded that agreement. That agreement had been in place for about 15 years or 10 years or something. But what happened was the city was doing it wrong. The city was taking revenue from the tickets that were easy to collect. So people were going to City Hall and paying their $100 dog fines. But then when it came to the hard ones to collect, they were bringing them to the district court, and that was how the agreement read. The agreement read that all citations were supposed to go through district court, and the county was supposed to receive 40% of the revenue, and the state 60% of the revenue. The city didn't do a very good job of the county enforcing that the way it should have been. So I think that's what made the district court mad in that situation. They just said, the city screwed this up. It's their baby. They can take care of it. So it might be a different situation with the district court here, but I'm not certain. I guess I told Welton that the city council would probably have to get into contact with the court administration to see if they're willing to do it, sign the prosecution agreement, and see what happens. I think the prosecution probably would follow the state's attorney. I don't think it would be that much, so I don't think it's that big a deal for us to do it. It's just whether or not the court wants to do it.
No, I think we're more than willing to work with the city.
Well, and I don't think up there it was maybe a dog ticket or two a month, so it wasn't anything that was extraordinarily large amount of work. It was just the fact that because of what the city had done previously, that the judges kind of were upset about it and decided that they weren't going to do it any longer. So I don't know if that's what the judges would decide in this other district.
Okay. Does that help you at all?
Yeah, that part of it helps, and then the remaining part would be to review the contract and negotiate for the next. This previous one was a 2-year contract, so I guess.
When's it good through?
The way I read it, it expires December 31st of 2014. The contract shall be renegotiated in July of 2014, hence this month. So I don't know. We need to.
And they kind of go hand in hand, of course, because the monies the city is paying the county are for enforcement of those ordinances. Because any other state law, county law, the county's obligated to take care of anyway.
Yeah, as Bob kind of explained before he left, is that all the criminals are being handled. It's the civil side of law enforcement that isn't getting.
Well, actually, he shouldn't have said it's civil because it still would be those tickets, the citations for parking, citations for dogs, whatever. The city comes up with ordinances. They're still municipal ordinances, and they're still a criminal offense, but they'd be more of an infraction. They wouldn't be a misdemeanor or a felony. They'd be not cases.
Okay.
Now, what you're paying for in the city is for our law enforcement to enforce the city ordinances.
Correct.
That's it. We're obligated as a county to enforce every other law that's on the books. All you're paying for is enforcing the city ordinances. So if you can't prosecute the city ordinances, you better make your own decision on whether or not what you're paying for is worth it.
Speeding.
And I think he understands that.
Yeah,
So
but I'm just everything straightforward.
with that said, the reason that he's here today is because the city is trying to start their budgeting process, as is customary with government entities.
Yeah.
And they would like to know if we foresee any changes to the cost of that contract going forward. if they're gonna enter another 2-year agreement, they'd like to know what it's gonna cost. With that said, we haven't gotten any information from our department managers that would indicate one way or the other.
I'd like to see a copy of the contract.
I think we have one somewhere, I don't know.
He's got one in his hand.
I think we have it.
You want to make copies of it?
I'm gonna read it real fast.
Because it's, you know, primarily a negotiation, I guess, between the city and Bob Hook, really. You know, I mean, you could say, we'll offer to pay you $30,000 a year, and Bob has the right to say no, I think. I don't want to catch dogs for $30,000 a year. But, but I don't think the county is too involved in it, really. I think it's primarily between the city and the sheriff's department for catching dogs, no parking signs. Urban blight, I guess, is one where you say, you know, they got a lot of stuff in the yard, but.
Well, that's all included in the contract, I presume.
Yeah, it talks about. Well, that would be the only thing. I mean, that should be the only thing covered in the contract. Like John said, all the speeding tickets we're taking care of, you know.
Well, the biggest issue here, Ron, is the cost.
Yeah.
The city's paying us.
We need to know, you know, and who determines that. Right now it's $60,000 a year. Is that what you need for these upcoming years, or can we get that reduced, or?
I don't know how Bob does the budget in Griggs County, but part of the budget, part of the sheriff's budget, that's, these policing agreements are taking their own count, and actually, for this next year, the also county may lose a deputy because of loss of funding for the cities. But that is taking, I mean, that's a measure of part of the budget as far as what the sheriff's department takes in, and measure what can be paid out to the sheriff's department.
And are all municipalities paying per capita, or how does that work, or is it just?
They were, but no longer. It's not the only one that still hasn't been.
Have you looked at this, Jamie? It implies that by signing this, it implies that by not signing this, the sheriff doesn't have to provide law enforcement services and protection within the corporate limits of the city, which is blatantly false. He has to provide all services. The only thing that this document does is allows him and enables him to enforce the city ordinances, but
Read the first paragraph of that.
I wonder who prepared that document.
Municipal.
Municipal.
So if the assumption by not signing that is that you don't get protection there, that's not correct.
But is a contract needed to enforce our ordinances?
Yes.
I would
The
say.
municipal ordinances, yeah, the no parking.
But if you can't get them prosecuted, it's not much use.
Right, and it's gonna, and that's what our issue is
Yeah.
that the sheriff's department is able to go give a citation, but it, well, doesn't even issue a citation because it can't go anywhere because of the judge, the court system.
Yeah, quite a bit of it is you have to decide how much services you want, and how much you're willing to pay.
You know, and that's not saying that if the district court doesn't want to enforce that or won't come up with an agreement, that's not saying that the city can't come up with a city judge.
Right, and it was, it was discussion, and, you know, we didn't know if we wanted to go down that avenue, we could avoid it, so.
I thought a city judge was eliminated when they went to this new system with the statewide system.
No. I mean, actually, Northwood has a municipal judge.
Oh,
I think everyone does.
Under 5,000, you don't even have to have a law degree. It just requires a little bit of training through the state.
I think actually, city eventually has one that we share with the city of Lemoore.
Yeah.
So, so negotiations need to be with the sheriff.
No.
For how much it's gonna cost.
I don't
No, absolutely not, because the county is responsible for everything that sheriff does. If he wants to start his own private shop outside the county and contract services, that's fine, but everything the sheriff does in law enforcement duties, the county is ultimately responsible for, so we have to be responsible for his activities.
But when he proposed how much he thinks it should cost to provide this service.
Then he would tell us and we would say yes or no.
Right, yeah.
But does he, like, you know, if we come up with a number of $10,000 to provide those services, does he have the right to say, no, I'm not gonna do it?
I don't know that for a fact, but I mean, it would come down to a budget issue, so he says, no, I'm not gonna do it, we say, okay, well, then there's $10,000 missing out of your budget. That's the way the system works. We can't tell him to do anything, but
And that would,
it's in his benefit to do it.
yeah, that would reduce the city cost to zero.
I can't see anything in his budget about this city contract.
No, it doesn't, it gets paid to the general fund. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm surprised doesn't show up as revenue on the sheriff's office. I mean, that $60,000 is revenue from the sheriff's department, right?
I thought it was on there.
Maybe it is,
If you go under the revenue.
well, maybe it is, it just seems like it should be.
Under revenue,
Okay,
it's in there.
okay, it should be.
It has contract policing under revenue
All right, good.
in the general.
And I have no idea how that number was arrived at.
No, I don't either.
The 55,000 that they're doing right now, I think it's 55. Was
60. It's 60,000 this year, previous year was 57.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the same amount for 2 years. It wasn't? Okay.
So it has some kind of escalator in it, or was it just?
I didn't think it did.
No,
There wasn't a formula, it was just went from 57.5 to 60.
Oh, I see.
Nelson County has a formula, I think it's $3 per capita per $3.15, $3.40 person per month, and then a general fee of like $2,700, I think. I haven't talked to them, they're gonna raise that this year too, and I haven't talked to them about it since. But it's somewhere around that area. So it's significant investment would.
Be about half of the 60,000, I think. For that particular formula.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I guess on your end first, you have to find out if this stuff can be prosecuted or not, correct?
Right, now we learned something new
Yeah.
today, so
And then,
we can work with you to,
Yeah, I can get you contact information for this report, and I can speak with them with you if you guys set up a meeting or whatever you want to do. But I think Bob is correct in saying that the agreement is between the city and the district court setting that up.
Yeah.
And then whether or not the county will agree to have a new prosecutor, if you guys want to hire your own prosecutor, but I don't think it would be that much of a burden on the state's attorney's office to take those cases, because like I said,
we wouldn't want to hire a prosecutor. And then we're not looking, we would waive any fee or fines that you receive and things like that.
Like I said, what they did up there, the agreement was 60% goes to the state and 40 to the county. I don't know if that's a standard agreement, that was the first and only one I've ever seen.
You know, if we could lower the contract price and then, you know, you get any revenue from
Well, what are you trying to achieve? What ordinance?
I guess-
do you want?
Well, one was the blight problem, the cleaning up a few people, and I don't know how they're gonna cure the dog problem. Neighbors' dogs are, you know, we don't have a lot of big issues, but we just, there's a couple of properties that need to be cleaned up and that we're really having an issue with.
And there's a city ordinance applying to that?
I guess so.
They must have finally
They
enacted
must have
something.
finally did it, 'cause they've never had, they try to go at it from the health center, health side of it.
I thought that we had something in there
Not that, well, unless they
that,
just
and I
did
mean,
it.
I don't know, I'm fresh on this, so.
No, that's been a concern for a lot of years, and there was no legal way to do it.
Because there was no city ordinances on a lot of those issues.
Well, what do you designate as blight?
Mhm.
I mean, it's so, you know, so they went at it from a health standpoint to try and do it at one time, but unless something changed, there is no city ordinance for that.
We can look at that too,
Yeah.
so.
Because they've been trying that for 30 years, trying to get something to clean that up, it just doesn't work.
30-year problem.
Well, maybe more than that.
Yeah. But, well, and we can get some clarification.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, I know that's one of the issues that has come up. I've been sitting in the last few meetings that we've had, you know.
Yeah,
that's
that's
part
been-
of it, but
That's been an ongoing one, that's for sure.
I think we can enforce our ordinances that we have in place. But now we learned that that's not this level. We have to take that further. But we'd still be interested in having, you know, making sure the town is patrolled and stuff like that, I would guess.
No, that's
It's
a
gonna go either
given,
way.
that's part of the county.
Okay.
The only thing that these services provide you are enforcement of the city ordinances.
Yeah, all the speeding tickets, DUIs, all that thing would remain the same.
No, we don't want any of that.
That's all, yeah, everything. So the ordinances that would be enforced for the Cascade County are the city-only ordinances, city-specific.
Okay.
So that, some of the parking signs, not on a state or county road, and then the leash law, and probably if there's a curfew, or if there's a curfew in place yet.
And blight, if you have a law against blight,
Yeah, I
but,
don't-
But,
Well, we can check into that
Yeah.
before we
you
proceed.
know, before you make that statement too strongly, if we did not have that revenue, we may have one less deputy, and there would be less patrolling.
Well, you can look at it the other way. You can look at it that in order to satisfy that contract, we have one more deputy than we need.
That's true.
Yeah. So it can be looked at it both ways.
You know, I'm sure that the original calculation had something to do with what they were paying the city cop. And instead of trying to replace him, they had the county replace him.
It was a little more complicated than that. It was an altercation between the city cop and the mayor and the way to get rid of the city cop.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what was arrived at. But nevertheless, you're right, if that funds don't come here, we probably have one less deputy. But was that deputy then employed just to enforce those ordinances? And this $57,000 would indicate that he probably was.
Right, but the city cop was also stopping people for speeding and going through stop signs and whatever else. All I'm saying is there would be less coverage in the city if we had one less deputy because they would have to be sprayed thinner.
Well, then I don't know if this is any clarification of what you're talking about. Item number 5 here, it says the county will provide the city patrolling and others police services. However, the deputy, sheriff, or special deputy sheriff, although to be primarily covering the city, shall be able to respond to calls for emergency accidents and serve papers.
Yeah, but that's
That's
not
something
right,
separate.
because that's something that.
They're
no matter
required
whether
to
you have
do
an
it.
agreement with him or not,
I do.
is taken care of. Hannaford and Binford have no such agreement.
Right.
They're still entitled to all the same services that Cooperstown does.
Because cities are completely.
Cooperstown's paying for more timely service.
It could be said after Binford decided to cancel their services, we're getting more scrutiny.
Okay. Would the recommendation be then that the city first pursue to see what we can do for court system?
Well, no, whatever you guys want to do, we'll
Yeah,
charge you $200,000 if you want to pay it.
If we can't get anywhere, I guess there's no need to pay the $60,000, but.
I think
You know, I mean, we're willing to, like you said, I think it probably came up to where we'd either be paying the city police person or, you know. I can't speak on behalf of the city.
No. And
I'm on the committee of policing, me and Hope Statler, so.
I think you should stop down and talk to Kelly and get Rod's contact information at the,
Or I can email you. It'd be Rod Olson and Judge Greenwood. Judge Greenwood is the presiding judge. And ultimately those two would be the ones that you would have to talk to. Judge Greenwood is the one that has to sign the agreement.
I think that's, well, then part two of that too is, we were wondering about, the city was wondering about the evidence that's being stored in the city building, which was previously Jerry's auto body.
Yeah, Bob I did talk to Bob about that. And like he said, like with Danny Walk's vehicle, he said that was a murder that occurred in the city of Cooperstown. So that the city of Cooperstown had a certain responsibility.
I don't agree.
Okay.
I know he said that. I don't really agree with that because it's still a county prosecution and it's still county.
Yeah,
police.
I wasn't sure either.
that isn't even evidence anymore.
It's under appeal.
It's actually under post-conviction.
I know, but the thing's gotta be full of mouse shit.
Well,
They better preserve the evidence in another manner.
It probably would be. I mean, it probably isn't. We have a post-conviction relief coming up in that, and I'd like to hold on to it until that is.
Well, I hope it's not riding on whether or not that
It
evidence.
isn't riding on it.
I mean, holy
I'd like to
smokes.
hold on to it just to be assured that we don't need it.
Well, the other one is that vehicle that ran over those girls in Bedford.
And the insurance company is supposed to be coming to pick that up, as far as I know.
So that'll be gone. And then the third one was that motorcycle.
And I didn't know about that until last week. I have no idea, really. I don't know.
It sounds like Jerry Hobart is gonna foreclose on it, or it's gonna go to Jerry because he's been storing it for somebody else or something. But I don't know that the county's involved in it at all, really.
Yeah, it was evidence, and
Oh.
well before I was here, it was evidence of theft. And
So should we get it out of the building for them? I mean, it's quite evident that it isn't their responsibility, they want it out, so let's get it out.
Well, they don't necessarily want it out. They're
Well, I
wondering
guess
if
we're
we
just
want
kind
it
of
rented.
wondering, or what's, I don't know what was conveyed to you, they're just wondering what can be done about it, or.
How about that storage unit uptown that we're renting?
that's just like a 5x7 unit or a 5x9 unit that would never fit a vehicle. It's in the old flower shop over next to
I know, why are we renting it?
What's in there?
Well, yeah, I mean, Bob does want to get a Connex box to put out. That's what you call it, isn't it? A Connex box, one of those steel containers. And he mentioned things like doors and bumpers. You know, that sometimes he has evidence like that he'd like to put in there. But I suppose on the storage downtown, if it's in his budget, I guess he has the right to do it, right? I mean,
Well, on
It's
this board
foolish,
here,
but-
could you bring us just bring us something written from the city council of what you want to do with it? So we have something to act on.
What's our intent to the building?
Yeah, what do you want us to do? I mean, if you want it out of there, we'll get it out of there. If you want, if it can stay, it can stay. If you want to charge us a fee for sitting there, just put something on the intent of the county, of the city council and present it to us.
I know Bob stated I'd released the one vehicle, and Bob stated he was gonna contact the insurance company, so I don't know how long until we'll get it or what's gonna happen with that one. So we should be on the hook for the van. Like I said, I didn't know about the motorcycle until last week before.
Well, I mean, it's probably as simple as we'd be able to rent out. Well, let's just do that.
Okay,
I think, just bring us something so we can act on it.
sounds great. Appreciate your time. You're clear to go.
Thank you. You don't need our permission.
Yeah, something else.
I had a question when I saw a law enforcement agreement. I thought it had something to do with Steele County, you know, with the sheriff thing. Because we got an email about
Week or so
with
ago.
us to not come to fruition, or
Who wants to meet with us?
Steele County about the sheriff's deputy grant business.
I don't, who sent the email?
And there was an email.
Grant or just sharing it?
The grant or sharing deputy, I don't remember the details of it, but Steele County, I don't even remember who it came through.
I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, just
I do.
unofficially, I called Ted Johnson yesterday and he told me to pound sand, so.
He did?
Yeah, he said
Just on general principles, or?
he said he wasn't gonna answer any of my questions, and if I wanted to talk about a shared deputy position, I could go to Nelson County and talk to all the commissioners.
Here we go. Steele County wishes to pursue the idea of a shared deputy with Griggs County and discuss costs between Griggs County Sheriff's Office and County Commission before making any decisions on doing so.
That's Nelson or Steele.
Steele.
Who sent it, Beckman?
Alicia Washburn.
Oh, she's maybe that's why she quit.
He told you to pound sand.
Well, I mean, I just, as soon as I said.
It's
this is
from
Ron
you,
Dahl.
though.
From me?
From Ron Dahl.
Ah, I'm gonna put my
Sean
glasses.
Steffen.
Okay. Well, which one? That's the one from. Not from. I mean, that wasn't the Ted Johnson one.
No.
Yeah.
But anyway, I think it's kind of a moot point right now, because we wouldn't be sharing a deputy if we were we cut the deputy to half-time at the first of the year. At this point now, we don't have any funds to share with anybody.
You can't make
It
up.
was for that grant deal.
Right.
But even if you got it, we've already used up the budget after 6 months.
Already used up.
Yeah.
And I did get the budget from Elisha Washburn before she left. and through June, they had spent 50% of their salary. So, I mean, they don't have any money to spend to help to do anything.
So it couldn't happen until the first of the year
No.
with the new budget.
And Bob's over budget as of last month by $3,000 or $4,000 in his wage.
Well, it's the end of July, isn't it?
No, he's over because he was hiring that part-time deputy here when the other one was hurt.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
So he's over on his wages for the, so something has, I mean, the concern is, and I wish Bob would stay here, but that's why he didn't, is, the concern is that we do nothing and everything stays in place, and we get down the road and his budget runs out, and now he comes to us and says, I need more money, otherwise I can't provide services. And we're in a bind, because now we can't say, okay, I just quit patrolling for the next 2 months. When in fact, the reason he's out of money is because he didn't do what he didn't abide by his budget up to that point.
So as of the 1st of July, he should have.
No, actually, we got a little grace because of that COPS grant money carried over.
But that wasn't actually correct, because as Dale pointed out, he's already over $3,000 or $4,000 on his wages.
Absolutely.
So, and that's why we started this discussion about a month and a half ago, is to avoid what is happening here over Well, I can't do nothing about it now, I need to have the money in order to run law enforcement for the rest of the year. So he had the chance from the first of the year to make a decision, and we laid it out. You can go part-time, or you can run until 6 months and then lay off, and that hasn't happened.
Start with a fresh budget.
He did option C, which is keep the Ford Explorer.
I mean, expedition.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there is no cops grant, there is no agreement with Steele County. I don't see any in sight, so I mean, I guess we just have to.
So your impression from Ted was they are not interested in anything?
Well, he just didn't want to talk about it for whatever reason, but he just said, if you want to talk about it, come to Steele County and address the commission. He said, don't address things just to me, so.
Well, I'm not willing to put any more money into the budget to talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're gonna talk about it, that means we're gonna do something. In order to do something, we have to put back the $17,000 that we already cut out of it in order to have a part-time deputy.
And if we don't do that, then we gotta tell him he better do something, because he's gonna run out of money.
Well, the grant period for the grant he's gonna apply for wouldn't come until October, November anyway.
He's kind of claimed that they were processing real fast, and he said, boy, I've seen some of them come up, getting approved in 4 weeks.
No.
I'm not sure if I entirely believe that, but.
But even if we got the grant, it pays, what do we do for the 4th year?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to sit and figure it out and see if it's even worth taking it.
Well, realistically, it pays, if you figure it over the 4 years, where they pay 75%, and then we have to pay the 4th year, it actually pays 47%.
On the average.
Right, but we have no way of allocating money out to the 4th year.
Mhm.
We have no way of taking money from the first 3 years and allocating it out for the 4th year to cover that salary. It doesn't, so we're back to the point where I don't think it makes any sense myself, but that's my. I think Steele County has sheriff and 2 deputies.
Mm-hmm.
Sheriff and 2.5 deputies. 1 deputy is starting at NDSU Police Department August 16th or August 18th. And I'm guessing that new part-time deputy will probably fill that position.
Yeah, I mean, Beckman told me he had 1 or 2 full-time deputies. He didn't.
So he'll be 2 deputies then again.
Back to 2
Sheriff and
deputies.
2 deputies.
Yeah, that's what Beckman said he had. He said he could use another half a deputy.
Well,
But-
what I've been told, the deputies in Nelson County told me, the deputies in Griggs County told me, and someone from Steele County told me, was that there was a part-time deputy that was just hired in the last 3 weeks.
Does Steele County have a full-time secretary?
No,
I don't think they have, yeah, I don't think they have any. It's just handled by courthouse employees, I think.
But how do we reinforce the fact that he's over budget? Is he over, he's not over on? Well, yeah, he is. He hasn't used up the money for that half part-time deputy has to be used up now. So where if you keep spending him, is that gonna come out of?
You're right. Tuesday?
Okay.
Everything else was budgeted.
Okay, so
Whether he got grant money,
right, so how are we paying him? How are the checks being written if it's a line item over budget?
Well, it won't go over budget until November, will it?
no.
Shouldn't
No,
go
it's all
wrong.
about-
But he shouldn't, we shouldn't be proving that on an individual basis if he's over budget or.
Yeah, no, it's gotta be over budget now, because we cut half the salary out at the first of the year. And we're 6 months through the year, so it's that, it was 2 parts, it was the sheriff's budget, half of it out there, and half of it was regional corrections. So that line item, that part of the budget has to be over, that salary part has to be over, and we should have to be okaying that.
Or they're all the deputies in one pool.
Yeah, I thought they were all in one pool. So like,
What line item?
oh, okay.
So.
You have 1, 2,
1, 2,
3.
I think there's 4, yeah.
Oh.
The sheriff, there's, and maybe,
The 17,740 was at 50% at the end of June.
Right, so it's over.
It's over as starting July 1st.
Right, so how are we writing checks on that without our approval? Or did we approve it?
You just approved the payroll that we just did, and no one told me not to pay him, so
I mean, if a budget goes over, it's not brought to our attention outside of that report.
Yeah, it is.
It should be.
Because we give you the option of lump summing the salary, but that's assuming that everything in there is within the budget. The minute any one of the salaries goes over, anything goes over, we have to know about that. But we know about it now, so let's not argue about it, but, so he has to be informed, he's over budget, there's no way to pay that deputy next pay cycle.
yeah. So who's talking?
What's that?
Who's talking to?
Well, I can call.
Yeah.
Let them give me the good spin.
Well, I mean, the fact that, you know, it was all suspect that he said the cops grant was a month delayed, it didn't matter, the cops grant wasn't funding it, that other money had been put in there, and the funding came from the 2014 budget, and we took half of that away.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give them a call. I'm not sure if I'll give them a call.
Done with that?
What's that?
Done?
What were we on?
Law enforcement.
Law enforcement.
Creeks County website.
No. We missed the new courthouse, or we're not yet?
Not there yet.
Okay.
I don't know. New courthouse is on here.
We have existing courthouse.
Existing courthouse.
They're both existing.
Yeah, they are. They're local.
We have website now. I didn't know if you had anything.
Well,
you wanted on.
yeah, I can. Better get Troy's attention. No, on the Griggs County website, that there's been communications difficulties, probably between me and Travis and between Travis and iQuest. And I think I've kind of got them straightened out because iQuest claimed that, you know, Travis had hung up on him. But I called Travis and he denied it. He said he thought he was talking to a telemarketer. So he promised me today that he's going to get back in touch with him. And then I thought, I had given him directions, I thought, on the website, but when I talked to him yesterday and the day before, he said nobody had given him any clear direction on anything, so he hasn't done anything. But I'll keep trying, you know, I guess I'll just try to give him more direction, be more specific or something, but it's kind of, it didn't go very far, nothing.
Isn't up and running now?
No, he hasn't done anything, and he said it's because of me, or because he said nobody's given him any direction, so can't do anything. But and I thought I gave him directions, so I'll keep trying for another 2 weeks, maybe 2 weeks from now. I know you ask for help on looking for an alternative to Travis Palm on a website, maybe.
Yeah, we don't seem to be making much progress for what we agreed to. We don't seem to be getting it.
I don't quite get it.
It's frustrating, but I mean, we don't have a contract that he provides our website. I believe we have the ability to, you know, I like the website in Nelson County, and I was going to call up there and see who they used. But
Yeah, there's a local gal up there, wasn't it?
It's the tax director that maintains it.
Oh, is it?
I know, but that's not who set it up.
I don't know who set it up, I can find out. Probably can right now.
Well, doesn't it say right on the bottom of the homepage?
No, it didn't.
It didn't?
No, I looked all over to try to find it. I couldn't find it.
Did picture taking take place on 15?
I got mine taken.
I was gone,
He's gonna have another one, because Sam was gone too.
so we could
Did you
look.
guys all smile pretty?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Didn't you?
I'm not very pretty.
Should've did it after you had your teeth cleaned.
Yeah.
That was just me.
I think it was Michelle listed that job was safe. I'll email her quickly and see.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's like a front page I like, and geez, it seemed like it would be real simple to set it up for us, but Yeah, I shouldn't say he's been non-cooperative, but he's definitely not enthusiastic.
Well, from a technical standpoint, I think he's competent. But he's not a website designer. And he's kind of wishing that we do help him do that, and we're not either.
Travis, no, he has designed websites.
Well, this is just some template that he's working.
Right, otherwise he would have to charge us an arm and a leg to do it from scratch.
All I'm saying is he doesn't have a marketing degree or a visual arts degree. He's looking for input from us. He can do whatever we ask him to do, but we're not asking him much because it's not our forte either.
Right.
If you hired somebody to present you with a website that had that type of a background, they would have less need of input than he does.
Yeah, and that's where I think iQuest would probably like to host our website. So maybe Travis looked at them as a competitor, because technically I suppose they are.
Who?
iQuest, that wants to help us get the property tax on there for less than $1,000. And they're the ones that called Travis, and Travis, I don't know if he hung up on him or not, but he didn't talk to him. But they are a competitor. But so, it was his competitor called him, and they wanted to know about the infrastructure here. What kind of servers we have and what kind of software we have on it. And so that hasn't been done yet, but Travis promised he would do it. So.
Well, you have to be careful on who all you let go on your web server, so.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, you're not going to give them administrative rights. You're going to have to give them either specifications so they can give you the process to go through, or you're going to have to allow them access for some period of time.
Yeah, their big worry was how that we're hooked up to the state system. They said they thought if we had a VPN connection, they said that was not a very good connection, and they would recommend doing something else. But if we had something better than a VPN connection, then they could do it in a certain manner. They need an answer to that.
What's better than a VPN, Tom?
Well, he said the VPN was going down quite a bit. They had tried it before with other counties and had bad luck. But Richland County apparently has something. I don't know if they have a dedicated line or what they do, but
Probably about the only other way is to have a dedicated line.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Jesus, Martha, we're not going to do that.
Well, is that what we got as a VPN?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so if that's the case, and then the other thing we did.
There's another type of
I'm thinking we have a dedicated line.
Well, that's kind of what I thought.
But it's through the state.
Yeah, so I think we've got what he wants, but Travis just needs to tell him that.
It's a frame relay or something?
Trying to think how it works.
Yeah, I think.
We work VPN because VPN is online. So anybody can go on and help work something. That's just normal with a lot of places is you go VPN.
A VPN is a virtual private network.
Right.
It's a secure connection. Not anybody can get on it.
I don't know. I know this is an iPhone.
I know. I had big problems with VPN myself. I couldn't get the damn thing.
But that's your ISP, not the VPN.
Okay, I don't know. I just know it didn't work.
You go through the actual ISP for that computer or whatever.
Yeah, it didn't work.
Anyway, since the local telephone companies have gotten fiber to the endpoint,
Yeah.
boy, they're pretty sturdy.
Yeah, and don't we have fiber to the state capitol?
I'm thinking I think it's.
Well, we don't own it.
But I mean, we got a good.
We have. I'm not sure if it's through the telephone is how they run it or exactly how they run it.
Well, it's all through the telephone.
Right.
Even a frame relay, or there's another connection that's relatively new. I'm sure we don't have that because they're really expensive.
Yeah, and that's where
You can do VPNs through.
Or you can do them through Griggs County. You could do it through the cable company.
Hotspot.
Well, yeah, they have the hotspots. You can do it even wireless. We have people that have the wireless VPN that comes back and hooks to our computer,
I know.
okay? And there's only so many that are allowed to do that.
Within the building, you mean?
No, just period. Like Travis can do it. I think Sia has one. The tax director used to have one. I don't know if she still does.
They're
The
using,
sheriff's office does.
they're using a cell phone. The VPN is on there.
Road is using a cell phone. The other ones aren't. They're using VPNs through our server.
They're getting to the server with a cell phone.
No.
They have to be.
They have to in the building that has the line, yes.
Oh, yeah.
No,
There's
no,
there's
no, they don't.
There's a wireless router.
They go through your internet provider.
Yeah.
So if I'm at home, I go through that VPN.
Right.
Okay. I can take a laptop as long as I have permission. I have to have the permission through the state.
That's software on the laptop.
Right, but it's a VPN.
It's a mobile VPN.
It's a wireless mobile. Well, no, it's goes through your internet. Yes, so it goes through your home provider, but it's a VPN for the county. That's the only way you can hook up.
Anyway, on that issue, as soon as iQuest gets their questions answered from Travis, then we'll know whether it'll work or not. And then I'll have to come back with, if they say it won't work this way, you need to do such and such, I can have a proposal to upgrade it or whatever's needed. And one other thing they thought was a good idea was that to have Richland County help host our website, because the data would be the software would be done that way. And the software that processes Richland County's, that same software could just kind of process a different report for Griggs County and have it on a different thing. But I don't think Richland County wants to do that. And I don't think we would either, unless it said Griggs County, unless it was transparent, then you couldn't tell. You click on it, you don't know where the data is coming from. And as long as you can see the property tax results, whether it comes off of their server or our server, I guess it wouldn't matter. But anyway, it's ongoing.
Okay. Anything else on the website?
No.
Existing courthouse.
I can't really think of it.
Is there anything going on? Is construction engineers talking to anybody?
I was going to bring that up. I'm getting emails from Sonia, and I noticed that she is not forwarding to you guys. Why, I don't know. Do you want me to forward all these emails I've been getting to all of you?
What are they concerning?
Payment orders and information. And I figured she would send them to you, and why she's not, I don't know. It usually goes to me and Connie and Bob.
I think I must get.
Yeah, I get quite a few, and I usually try to remember to send it, to
There's
them.
some of them that don't have your name on them either.
Okay, yeah, well, I imagine so, but I know like pay request 7, I have it, and I didn't do anything. I haven't sent it to the other commissioners yet,
But you get them?
They've been sending them to me, and that's why I was going to ask you today. when
I'm
we
sure
had
that's
this.
why. I'm sure she assumed that you'll send them to us, I'm sure.
Okay, then I will forward all. I'll go back and look
Yeah,
through them
that'd be
all and
good.
forward them to you.
Can I get them?
Yeah.
And the other, this relates to, they're both existing, the new courthouse. And it's more to Jamie than anything. At what point do we have to inform the building authority that they're in violation of our agreement?
I think it came out with the reach agreement, and I've actually drafted. After you said something at last meeting, I didn't draft a letter, and you have a copy of it. For you guys all to look at.
Thank you.
Our interest and principal payments have been made to the Bank of North Dakota, Jamie.
Yeah.
They're not, they don't go through the building.
They don't go through the building, they're there directly made.
They're made directly to the trustee.
Yeah, and here you have. I need that. Did you want BND stuff too, statements and everything stuff?
Well, I don't think so, really. I mean, I think just that it's ongoing or something. What's that?
Stanford approval or something.
Well, when I read this, there's no next step in it. If you're gonna tell them they're in breach of contract, or are we gonna take some type of action, or what's our recourse?
It depends on their reaction or lack of reaction to this letter.
Okay.
I think is how it works, isn't it right?
I think so. I think, I guess I've spent quite a bit of time thinking about this. And personally, I think in the best interest of the county, I think the situation is probably best if the county is sued first by construction engineers. First of all, because it will be represented by the Insurance Reserve Fund. I spoke with them again, and they will represent the county and pay for litigation. If the county's found liable for breach of contract, they won't pay for that, but they will pay for the cost of litigation. I think ultimately that would be our best scenario, and allow construction engineers to get the ball rolling and get money first. And that will allow us to sue all other parties involved and cross claims and counterclaims.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, you know, it's fairly evident that even if we get the grant funds coming this way, they can't be used to go pay the outstanding cost of construction engineers that we've already paid. Then what would we, and it states in the grant that these funds coming to us are reimbursement for what's already been paid. That's the only way you can get the grants funds, if you're reimbursed. So whether or not the county is being reimbursed for their obligation, the money they put into the EOC center, or being reimbursed for the money that they loaned, then in essence to the building authority. Either way, there is no viable means to take that money again and spend it again. So
The only problem with that is that the county is an owner. There possibly will be some liability that the county will be held to if we end up being sued by construction engineers.
We're an owner?
What's that?
We're an owner?
As a construction contract, we are. So we did sign a $2.9 million contract with construction engineers. So ultimately, construction engineers, I think if it comes time for litigation, construction engineers will sue the county. They'll sue the building authority. I think the county will have to counterclaim against the building authority and cross-claim against other commissioners and other organizations that were involved in the situation.
that's exactly, I think all it'll play out is exactly that way. That is the reason, another reason why we can't send these funds somewhere else. They can't go to pay construction engineers before, unless we are obligated to pay them by the outcome of that lawsuit. And more than likely, we will be obligated to pay them by the outcome of the lawsuit, because whether or not the previous county commissioners acted outside their scope of authority does not let the county out of that obligation.
Right.
So even if they did something completely against the law and sign that contract, the county will have to pay that cost to construction engineers. Then they'll have to turn around and go after the
Right. The
individual
county may be
members
able to recover that cost.
from the individual members.
Previous actions of previous individuals.
Right.
But ultimately, I think we're bound by that contract to pay construction engineers, unfortunately. But I think, like John said, I think our best case scenario was to allow it to play out just like we stated, because I think that'll probably open everything up for the county.
Right. But if in fact we get full reimbursement from the grant, it's not because of the $867 or $767,000 that was spent last year. Much of that is going to have to be reimbursement of bond funds that was paid through the building authority. So we might not like the fact that the building authority spent that money out of the general fund and broke the county, but we may in fact be
I think at that point we might have to look at what of that $700,000 was that was previously spent on the building authority's portion of the building and use that as an offset in what they spent now.
Yeah, I get that. And I think Cindy, did somebody ask you to get those checks for us so we can see what that money was spent on?
Samantha, I think, is aware of it, right?
That's what I was telling you when I came back up here.
Harold had itemized the amount of money that was spent out of the county in 2013 on that courthouse project. And we're just wanting to look at those.
Figures.
At those budgets.
$760,000 totals up to what checks total that?
You know, what constituted that number? We don't know that.
Okay. I'll have to ask them.
It was $767,000 some odd cents, and we know part of that came out of the.
Part of it was that $290,000, but we don't know what the rest of it was.
And it broke down. Part of it didn't come out of the actual budget. Part of it, $130,000 came out of the actual budget. They took it out of the emergency fund. They took it out of the roofing, and they took it out of something else. The rest of it was just overrun on the budget on the general fund. That's what happened. But he came up with that number. He showed it to us, and then it appears like there's $312,000 the previous year that the same thing happened to. But nevertheless, I think Jamie's right. I think that we just need to substantiate what our position is here, and our position being the position is best for the taxpayers of Griggs County.
I mean, I don't think anybody's in a good position, because everybody, I think is gonna end up being losers.
The best of the worst position.
I think we're probably in the best of the worst position, but I think it's gonna end up being messy, and there's gonna be a lot of parties involved.
So should we put a time frame on response to this letter so that we know that after a certain date, if we get no response, we can proceed to the next step? Would that be?
Absolutely.
That would be.
Give them a 30-day time period.
Whatever would be.
That probably would be appropriate.
I don't know.
That gives them some time to address the issues, I think.
Okay.
I guess so. I mean, we're not really asking many specific questions, but it's just their general response to it.
Well, we can say Griggs County is asking for a response to this issue and any possible remedies that you may be able to give us.
Let's start, I mean, nothing's gonna resolve this other than a court of law. And that's gonna be talked about when we get sued.
Okay, what are your wishes?
But I think adding that paragraph at the end that Jamie's writing right now, maybe you can read it to us, and then send it to him, but we're just going to ask them to respond within 30 days. And that, I think that should be on there.
And then put it to B and D instead of putting 30 in that one.
Or you can put the bond trustee.
The bond trustee, I think I'll put.
Yeah, I mean, the alternative is just to do what we've been doing, just do nothing and let things roll along. It's been months that we haven't, nothing's happened, so.
And I don't think we're going to initiate any action nor are we going to be any change of the direction of this thing. It's going to go where it's going to go.
I think the last paragraph, I think we'll write is Griggs County is looking for a response to these issues within 30 days. We'd like to hear any solutions that you may propose.
Yeah, because, like with construction engineers, if they are getting paid 8% on that unpaid balance, and I guess we don't know if the building authority is doing that. I mean, it could be a year before they sue us. Maybe that's worst case, but I mean, it could be that they just sit back and do nothing. I mean, there's no guarantee they're going to do anything in the next 3 months or 6 months. Or.
I think a letter is probably necessary. I think at least it shows that
to the building
we're addressing the issue and that we're concerned about it.
Yeah, so to the building authority. Yeah, I think that's all we do. We don't need to talk to construction engineers.
Do they have an attorney of record?
I'm not sure. I don't even know who to contact. I can contact. See if I can get a response from any of the building authority members, I guess.
Well, you better send it. You better send this registered mail so that we do know we receive.
Yeah, I think Ron Halverson is the chief, isn't he?
President.
President? Okay.
Yeah.
And it's Rick Cushman.
We better have a motion if you guys want to send this.
Do you want me to send it to Ron Halverson?
The president of the building authority, yeah.
I think that's who it is.
Yeah, I think Ron's the president, so we do want you to send it to the president, whoever he is, and you can find out for sure. But yeah, I will move that this letter be sent with the additional paragraph that Jamie just added, asking for a response within 30 days, I believe you said.
Been moved that we send this request letter to the building authority by Ron. Is there a second to the motion?
Then can we make changes to it after we second it?
No. Well, yeah, you can.
Yeah. Then I'll second it.
Then you'll have to move for an amendment.
Yeah, we'll have to.
Okay. Seconded by John, is there any discussion?
I think we should also include in there that we would like a true and a full accounting of the funds spent to date.
Okay.
Because
That's a good point, too.
we really need to know what true and full accounting of the funds spent to date along with the most current account balance, fund balance, because these are taxpayer funds, we have the right to know that.
Okay, I'll probably put a paragraph above that last one.
Yeah. Yep.
I think, a true and full accounting, it's probably a legal definition. They have to tell us who the checks went to, and when they went to them, and that's the key thing. Who was paid, or who would be the main thing.
Put that in form of a motion.
I'm just waiting to write that so we can move it back to you, because there's one more I'll put in there.
I don't know if they're obligated to give you that information.
I think they are. The public funding part of it, I'm quite sure they are.
I mean, they could drag their feet, I guess, and say, yeah, go get an attorney general's opinion. We could wait 6 more months for the.
I don't have time to get an attorney general's opinion, they're not a public entity unless they want to change their
But they're
Status.
I mean, they
they're
could.
semi-public entity because they're getting paid public funds.
It all depends on what goal they're trying to achieve, whether or not they're a public entity or a private entity.
But I mean, if they ignore this, if they just ignore it completely, then I guess we could, I don't know what we do.
These funds are not public funds.
Technically, you're correct, but they are guaranteed by public funds. The funds themselves, a bond or not, but the guarantee of it is a public guarantee.
The reimbursement stream isn't general obligation of the county, but the funds themselves are private funds.
But it's guaranteed by public property.
Nope.
Not public property.
We leased it to them.
Well, this courthouse is
Leased to
mortgaged.
them.
Leased to them.
As well.
I thought it was mortgaged, but.
Well, no, it's leased, well,
Well, it is
it's
that
the same
too.
Okay.
thing, it's leased to them, all
Okay.
of Block 3. Yeah, no. And then, also like to
It's not mortgaged though, they couldn't mortgage it.
Yeah, something.
pledged.
It's pledged on the UCC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also would like to request the name, mailing address, contact information of their attorney of record, if any.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Paragraph states the expanded request to move full accounting of all expenditures made by the building authority and current account balance. The county also requests the contact information for the attorney record for the Reeves County building.
And the 30 days applies to all those things. I mean, within 30 days, they're supposed to give us a true and full accounting and the name of the attorney and all that stuff.
Right.
So, I move that we accept the letter as presented.
You need to present that addition in the form of an amendment.
That's right.
So you're moving to amend the document.
Okay, Okay, you take, I got it now. I'd like to move to amend the document as presented by state's attorney to include, I guess we didn't number my paragraph, just approve as amended then. And then we'll have to have a separate motion to, then we'll vote on the motion then to.
The amendment is,
Well,
just to help you,
Who's signing this, right?
What's that?
It's from you guys, so you're giving, so as soon as he writes it, it's Troy signing.
yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
You should have probably that in too.
So, the amendment is the part about the attorney of record and the contact information for that attorney. The paragraph about the true and full accounting was already in the motion as it was originally stated. So right now,
I don't think that's right.
Yeah, it is.
No, that wasn't it.
No, the original addition in the original motion was Griggs County's looking for
Was just the 30 days?
responses.
Yeah, that's all that was there. And then
And
John.
then the amendment is supposed to be the true and full accounting
Mhm.
and the attorney record.
okay, so John has moved that we accept those two paragraphs as an amendment. Is there a second to that motion?
And to be signed by the chairman.
Well, you're-
And that said letter will be signed by the chairman, but that's already was part of the original letter.
It's
Yeah,
all in
that's
there.
right.
There you got a signature line on the original.
Okay.
So is there a second to the amendment?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to second it since I made the original motion, but
I'll second the motion.
Amendment seconded by Sean Steffen. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote on the amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Now,
And the reason I brought up about signing the letter is because the letter is gonna be in the minutes. If you state it in the motion, then it's known it's signed by whichever party, since you had the state's attorney write it up.
I can give you a copy of the minutes.
They're shorting their minutes, so they don't want it in there. In fact, our last bill on the 1 minutes was $567 for that one set of minutes. So they're shorting them right now, so I mean, it's up to them, they can do it either or way.
$500.
$567. And then that's not the shortened version, you're now shortening it, so it shouldn't cost as much. So it's up to you guys, whichever way you wanna do this.
I mean, this doesn't need to be published. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, as long as you put in who's signing it, because he's writing the letter. You know what I
You
mean?
don't have to put the contents of the letter in.
Yeah, okay.
You can just say that a letter was presented,
yeah, it
and
doesn't,
then,
I don't think it needs to be part of the motion, though. That it was presented as me as the signer,
Yeah.
and it's from the county commissioners.
All she has to write in the minutes is a state's attorney drafted a letter from the county commissioners to be signed
Okay.
by Troy Olson,
that's good.
to the building authority.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the original motion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay,
That's the last thing, you know, you got rid of it.
no. The next thing I have on here is appointment of a social services board member. And Dale called me to inform me that Marlene Halverson has agreed to serve on the committee. Marlene was contacted by Alan Stucca prior to his resignation. And she's willing to serve on, it's a 3-year term, and I would recommend approval. Go ahead.
Before you do this, have we gotten a resignation letter from Alan Stucca?
I don't know. Better talk to see you.
I was just gonna mention, I think there's 2 items on the agenda we never talked about, right? Red River Basin and 2015 budget. Okay, What's that? Okay, I just, I thought you were skipping them.
Slamming the hammer down the door.
Can we table this till
No.
next meeting and on
Yeah.
the appointment? Well, if you don't have another resignation.
What's that?
Someone replacing someone else without a resignation.
But those terms, his terms expired, and he didn't.
Oh, is it expired?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, then you don't have to worry about another resignation. Sorry.
Okay. Messing with me, man.
So you better nominate her.
I would make a motion to nominate Marlene Alderson to the Social Services Board.
Is there a second to that motion?
For your 3 terms.
You don't have to second a nomination, do you?
You just do a motion to appoint Marlene Halverson to the Social Service Board.
That's what he said.
That's exactly what I heard.
Well, then you said something different, so.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
nominate.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye. Motion carried.
Red River Basin.
Getting a little punchy.
Yeah, all right, Congress.
Red River Basin. What are we getting for this?
What do they want money for?
$1,500.
Okay, last
For the Garrison
time,
diversion, or what?
this-
We each got a real long email. I think that's
Yes, and in fact, every year we've turned them down. Because it's not budgeted, so if you want to budget at budget time, whatever you want to do. That's how
You
you
spelled my
decide.
name wrong.
Did I do that?
dang you.
Where's,
You put an FE in?
Yeah.
I did.
Dane out of you again.
Here's something you'll probably never hear of, the I move we follow the previous county commissioner's lead dealing with the Red River Basin. And deny the request.
Been moved by John Wakefield to deny this request for donation. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll move to second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion?
On the letter, I have you refer to the water management to tell them they ask water management for the.
Oh.
It's
Can
up
you
to you.
do that?
If that's what you want to do, then I can get
Here's
you
how this
a copy
reads.
of the letter.
The district, the Griggs County Commissioners will not be donating it at this time and will be referring it to the Griggs County Water Management District.
Or board. Choose board, since I've got everybody anyway. Choose board.
because I thought Bob Brooks had told me that they did pay at the water board.
Who are they members of the Red River Basin Commission?
Yeah, so, but that's their decision, obviously, so,
Come out of their budget.
yeah.
Okay, then we'll just put it not voting at this time, period.
They paid it?
I think
Why?
Bob Brooks was saying, I thought he said it was a good deal for them somehow or another, that they could get grant money is what I thought he told me, but I could have misunderstood.
Is there any more discussion?
No.
Is there any further discussion?
Did I get a second on it?
Sean,
Sean seconded?
second? Yeah.
Okay.
Think for a minute.
Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. John?
We're voting not to pay anyway.
Correct.
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
No, don't pay.
No pay.
Troy votes aye.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Not paid.
Yeah, they're done.
Trainer letter.
What?
Can we take a 5-minute recess before, that's all budget stuff.
Not this trainer letter.
Yeah, it's all budget.
Let's just remove that from, I think we should just remove this from the public record unless we're going to put in what the questions were. We can't have this letter entered into the public record without first having verified what the questions were, and these are the answers to the questions. Cindy has every right to ask the questions, but we need to know what the questions were, or it is an open records violation.
Yeah, I'll move that this letter be stricken from the records or removed from the record, public record.
Just removed from the agenda.
Yeah, and since she has
Well, it
every,
becomes, the I scan it in, so that's, yeah.
yeah, since she has every right to ask those questions, it's just, we need to know what the questions were.
And of course,
I removed it.
yeah. So that's enough of that.
It's been requested that we have a 5-minute recess. Is there a
No,
motion to that
that's
effect?
the last one, I need a second. Remove page 30 from the agenda.
I
Ron
did make a motion to remove that from the agenda.
I'll second it.
John seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I move we take a 5-minute recess.
Been moved by Ron to take a 5-minute recess. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Where are you going?
Have a cigarette. And get more coffee.
That's what we need, we'll get warmed up.
Yes. Before we get into budgets, I don't know how long you're gonna take in it.
Nah, we just gotta clarify a few things, so we know how to move forward, I think, is what Ron's talking about.
Okay. Okay.
I think we just need some guidance on what to do here.
What's that?
Oh, shoot.
See you later.
Pretty nice. Yeah, what's up?
Well, I have remote. There's no high on it.
Sure, I'll take mine. Yeah, she's gone, so you gotta go ahead and take it. No problem. No problem. No problem. Really? See you, Danny. Bye.
Tool man? How old is Denny, John?
79.
You're kidding me.
No.
Denny Olson?
Olson? I did not know that he was that old.
Yep. Steve in your class or
Yeah.
you're older?
My class.
I'm a member of the Safe House Board in Devil's Lake. And we're talking about having a budget shortage for this next budget cycle, which started July 1st. And the director wants a $6,000 raise, 13 or 17% raise. But we're not gonna have any money, but she thinks she's entitled to the raise.
Since she kept the budget so well,
Well, I kind of blame it on a couple of the women that are on the board, but
like to spend.
I just called 1 hour ago and talked to my guys, we were about 9-1.
first 3 pay requests.
So if they pay and pay request 4, that probably means they won't get any 1 through 3. I would assume they've done what they're going to do. And they've done
Well, if that's the case, I think we should send it back.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Not if that's all we're gonna get.
Hook is still arrogant or stupid enough to think that he's not culpable for this fucking mess. Kick John on your way back?
I didn't see him.
I thought I heard his voice out there. But, this must be my copy. Is that your copy over there? Yep. Okay.
Oh, meeting back to order, Griggs County Commission at 4:27. We have one agenda item left, fellers, and it is discussion going into the budget process.
Okay, the handout I gave you, and if you want to give one to Jamie, that's fine. I can't, Connie's going to go back and go through it to make sure I got like the census codes right. I took this off the levy limitation sheet, and I did it this morning, trying to get this stuff all done, so I can't promise you they're all right. So, and the levy sheet's on the back side.
Should be pretty helpful.
Yeah, and then at the meeting, at the Auditors Convention, the legislation is looking to take and have 4 different funds. They're going to have a general fund, they're going to have a road fund, they're going to have a bond fund, and a human service fund. Okay, and I gave you copies of that sheet, kind of, but not really. It's this thing here that he's looking at, whatever page that number that is.
32.
And I thought we were over the 60 mils and we weren't. So, but the one problem you're gonna have is the road they're looking at putting down to 10 mils. And then the rest you're gonna have to vote on. Right now, we're pretty much at almost 30 mils for road.
That's, well, federal aid to roads is 20. Right?
They aren't gonna call it federal aid to roads anymore.
But we voted on federal aid to roads.
Doesn't matter. What they say is when they do this new thing, pretty much anything like that will not be in place anymore for that one. So we're gonna have to go back and vote on it, and when they vote on it, it'll be every 10 years you vote on it. Doesn't matter what you voted on before.
There's only going to be 6 categories in the general fund when it was done. In the 1200 series general fund.
Well, you have whatever categories your budgets are, but your general fund will be.
6 categories.
They had other levies that they put in there that aren't, and this is what's confusing when you go to figure your zero budget, which funds are included and which funds aren't included. And they're supposed to be answering that also at this next legislation. Because there's certain wording in your code books that says they're not included. I think weed was one of them. And there's some other ones that are not included in the zero at this point right
For
now.
the school calculation?
What?
For the school zero budget calculation?
Okay, let's go over that part, and that's why I asked Terry for some rules on the cities, townships, and Garrison, state, He's supposed to still be looking, I think, Garrison State, but I'm not sure. I gotta go back and read through that letter. I read through it real fast because I just got it this morning. Okay. Since townships are elected, schools are elected, and cities are elected, you can't touch their levies, and we have never presented it to the boards. City, schools, township has never come up for commissioners.
Say it again.
To adjust their mill levies, you're talking?
Right. Mill levies, budget, anything. For townships, schools, and cities. And he was supposed to be checking in for Garrison and the state for me on those two. The Garrison is voted in, okay? The state, I don't know, that's the state medical center.
The Garrison wasn't voted in.
Your people that are on the Garrison board are voted in.
Oh, okay, all right.
Line in there.
All right.
And, you
So
know,
that
he
one-
asked me questions on some of this stuff, and I says, you know, some of this stuff has never come up, and now they're addressing it at the state level.
So somebody else is asking the same question.
Right. Someone else has to be asking the same questions. You look confused.
Oh, I'm not confused.
Okay.
Well, I'm just thinking of the schools. I mean, the NDCC says they're limited to 78 levies. I think I read that someplace. And then, like, our school has a main levy, and then they got all these others. But you're saying we're not responsible for that.
You're not responsible for
We just
that.
let them turn in
Okay.
whatever they want to turn in.
No, they have to do their own zero budgets and have their own hearings.
All right.
Okay? Townships are already done. They've done theirs, they're done. You still, cities and schools still have to do theirs.
Okay.
Okay?
I imagine.
Now, and when you have your budget hearings or budgets, some of them do them in August. I asked some of the auditors when I was at convention, and there are some that do start in August. Now, I haven't gotten the budgets out to each of the individuals yet. Now, Jamie's gonna have to answer your questions on those mill levies that are elected in. I don't know, I can't remember if that letter addressed it or not.
I just read it really quickly and I didn't think anything or not.
But, like the library voted theirs in, and seniors voted theirs in. They also have state funding they'll lose if you take their mill levy down. Now, if you want to meet with them and talk to them about it, that's fine. I know seniors has been really tough and tight because they pay most of their budget to South Central Dakota, that voucher you just okayed today. They pay most of their money to them. Okay, you have 4 seniors. They get, I think last year they got 4,000. I can't remember this year. Did they pay them 4,000 again?
Well, they got 2 mills, right?
They got 2 mills, but they don't get it all. Like I told you, 12,000. We paid almost 13,000 today to South Central.
Why? What do they do?
They do different things for the seniors. They do the meals. They'll do grant deals on vehicles or the vans that they get. And I think there's other stuff. I can't answer all your questions on that. You'd have to ask them.
Senior, they got, I was at their meeting, they got about approximately $12,000 that they split between the 3 centers, is what they got for their budget this year, 2014.
That they get. Then South Central gets mostly all the rest of it.
Yeah.
And the problem is, this year, last year it was 15,000 each payment, and they pay it twice. Okay, this is the second payment on the 12,000. They dropped theirs for some reason this year, which was really nice for them, because then they just carry it over. A lot of seniors have their own board handle the money, but we've always handled it for them. And as long as they're willing to come up and sign their vouchers, we have no problems. They like it that way. Because most of your levies, we write the checks each month and we send them their money, their tax levy. Senior does not do that here.
Yeah, is that an option? I mean, like the JDA or Job Development Authority, they chose to handle their own money. Are you
Right.
saying the senior citizens could say, we choose to handle our own money?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I didn't know they had the right to do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Just like your water management board and,
Okay. And I guess the library does that, don't they?
Yes.
Okay.
Almost all of them do except for seniors.
Oh, okay.
In fact, seniors is the only one that doesn't.
Are you sure that that's an option? I thought that was just an option if they're an elected board.
I think I checked on it once and I think it is an option, but if you want to check on it again, that's fine.
I think if they're an appointed board, I think then we have control of the mill levies.
Right, that's why I said Jamie has to look into
I
it.
don't know.
But I'm telling you also that if you cut the library and seniors, they lose their funding.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about cutting it.
No, but I'm just telling you.
We're talking about getting this straightened out so that it's in order here. Some of these things aren't necessarily haven't been done correctly, and
One that pops into my mind, the Historical Society. That's an elected board, but it's just elected by the members. So I would call it, well, it's not an appointed board either, I guess, but
Like I said, you're gonna have to have.
In order to be an elected board, it has to be elected.
Right.
It's on the county ballot.
Right.
so
You can't,
Right.
they wouldn't have we just give them the money.
That's what we've been doing, is just giving them their money and letting them.
Is that right?
yes,
Okay.
I presume it's right, the way I read it. We allocate, okay, there's the elected boards that have their own statute and their levies and their budgets are set by statute. There's the school board, but we'll use them. They have to abide by a whole set of statutes that tell them how much money, how many levies they're entitled to, what they have to do in order to run their budget. Then there's the boards that are appointed, the water board. Well, come budget time, the county allocates the amount of bills that go to the water board, and then the water board in turn distributes that money.
Okay.
And then there's a general fund where that is totally the preview of these county commissioners. And that's totally our discretion. And then you have the fourth ones, the ones that are voted on, and they are set in the century code by statute. It limits how much the mill levy for, and it also limits the length of time it's in place also.
The hospital district.
Yeah, the
courthouse tax,
there's a bunch of those.
The road levy one is only on for 5 years.
5.
Yeah.
Then you end up voting on it every 4.
Right. And then there's limits on how much money can be in the how many mills can be in the general fund.
I think they're all 75% carryover. They're allowed.
Well, but by statute, I think the general fund can only have 23 mills, isn't that right?
That's what I remember, yeah.
Okay, general is general and road, and that's why if you look at the sheet, how I put it on here, okay, I have a total of 28. We're levying right now 23.01 total, okay? We're allowed 28.
What sheet are you on?
I'm on this one.
This one's the backside.
Okay, we're levying right now 23.01. We can levy 28 because they voted in the 5 mills. Road and general is actually together. Okay? Now, if they go through that new legislator they're talking about, they'll separate them. And it will no longer be part of the general fund. Okay?
And let's explain then how we got around. Let's explain then how we got around not busting the limit on the general fund.
What do you mean?
The regional corrections. The regional corrections is that money doesn't go out anymore. Only the amount for the prisoners goes out. The rest of it is just a slush fund so that we can say that part of our sheriff's department is being funded through regional corrections. I was under the assumption for a number of years that the money we paid to regional corrections went out to some institute out here and then came back to us. That's not the case. All it does, it just got taken out of the general fund so that we didn't bust the 28 mil limit. And I can see how that happened way back when it was down at $4,000 and $5,000 per mil. That's why it's going up.
I think,
Yeah, I agree that,
That's,
but legally,
the
I think.
story is because Paul asked for the regional and he got it. And I asked him the legality on that, and that should come from your state's attorney whether you can do it or not. And some of the stuff that I've been told, and like I said, your gray areas, I'm not sure. Unless somebody questions it, puts it up in the air, or whatever, then, but it's gotta come down to
I
him.
spoke to the AG's office on this earlier when we were talking about putting budgets. And, it's not specifically for prisoners. It's for, say, wear and tear on the car, transporting prisoners to jail, or wages or expenses. But as far as directly taking salaries, I think that's kind of questionable about it. I think, I definitely think that, there should be some money in the budget, because I think for gaps and for wear and tear on vehicles and for salary expenses and meals for during transport or whatever. But I don't think that, I don't think it is quite being used correctly.
as I read the statute, it's not even close.
I did talk, like I said, I talked to Leon Schneider about it, and it was a gray area, and she gave quite a bit of leeway. But I did ask her if it should be corrected in the next budget cycle, and she said probably.
Yeah, because, all I read in the NDCC was the rental payments, like the payment we make to Jamestown or Barnes County.
But we don't, Griggs County isn't part of a regional correctional facility like, say, Nelson County or Ramsey County. They pay into the jail. They've got, that jail has a board. Each of the participating counties have a member on that board, and they make decisions, and then paid into that. Griggs County doesn't have enough prisoners, or close proximity to regional jails, where we have that situation where we pay into it. I know I talked about what was this week, and Bob said Barnes County presented that to Griggs County, and at the time it was presented, the membership for the consortium was more than what the county paid in jail expenses.
But as it sits now, if we roll that back into
General.
the general, it would bust the general. And as close as I can figure when I research this, the reason they put a cap on the general fund, that the legislature saw a need for, is because those are strictly discretionary funds of the county commission. And they wanted to be able to make sure that the county commission couldn't have a great big pool of money here that they could spend on just a voice vote or
Like
unanimous
the
vote
courthouse
of five people.
The state has done a lot of weird stuff, so I'm not gonna say that, because for a while, and it took us a while to get our 23 meals back down to where it is now, they allowed us an increase one year, or for one legislation period, 6%. Maybe the next one, 5%, next 4%, and then all of a sudden they just stopped doing it. So what they told us is we could increase the budget by that amount, and then your levy would go up that amount if your valuation did not go up. Okay? So now it's taken till, I think it was last year, the year before, and we got our general back down to 23 mils.
So what I'm saying is that the motivation behind it was to try to make sure that any money spent had more controls over it, whether it be through a legislative action at the state level, or whether it be through voter interaction on the county level, so that funds weren't spent without some supervisory support to it. Whether that's right or not, I don't know, but that's why they set it up that way.
And I think to add to that, I think that's why regional corrections was used, is because there was a lack of funds in the general fund, or lack of mills in the general fund.
Yeah.
And I think that was an end route around the whole situation, so they could.
And they did that with more than just general.
Yeah. So, but I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm saying that's how it is, and that was the motivation behind it, because at one time we couldn't stay within the constraints of the general fund, having the sheriff's department in here, and
it makes sense that the person that wanted to bust that out of the general fund was the sheriff.
Can I tell, I had talked to Linda, and the 10% that you guys did not increase, she informed me that down the line, she will, or if the board meets, they may force me to increase it. And the Century Code, she said, shall increase it. The auditors shall increase it, what they state.
That'll be, if they shall, then we'll have to
And
counter.
another reason why I want to bring that up is because we don't always get their information from them until the end of August. So if you want to decrease your levies, you're still probably better off waiting until September to do your budgets then.
I don't understand.
Okay, we don't always get the stuff from the state. Okay, they meet the 12th, but they have a discretion, I think, till the end of August.
It's 15th of August.
Is it the 15th of August?
Sometime, yeah, it's sometime in August. I'm not sure, I don't remember.
Okay, so for you to, I would have to make those changes in the computer, and if you're going to readjust your levies, it's still better off for you to meet in September. If you're going to lower levies because of the increase of the land value.
Oh, you mean if they come, but, I mean, we'll have, the mills will have to be adjusted per the budgets that are turned in and accepted.
Yeah, still need a dollar value.
Yes, you still need a dollar valuation to work with that, and we won't get that, and like I said, we have to make the adjustment, and then from there. I mean, you'll have your budgets and stuff, but you won't know what your mill levies are gonna bring in until after they tell me. Because, say, like, when Emily was here, okay? She told you you could get by with the 10%. Okay, the state may come back and tell you, okay, you're gonna have to go all the way up to the 100% on ag. Or tell me, then that's gonna increase it even more.
Is that in the Century Code?
That's how they whatever do. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, it has to be in the Century Code that they can increase it to 100%, or else they can't, or else they just have to take.
Well, I'll have to look it up because they'll give me the Century Code.
Yeah.
They'll give me the Century Code when I get it.
Okay.
I don't think they would, as long as it's within that range, I don't think they're going to increase it. They haven't in any other county, I don't think.
But it brings me back to my original point. If they have the ability to increase valuation, and we don't have the ability to decrease mill levies on certain mills, they are in effect levying property tax, which the state constitution does not give them the right to do. Because when they raise those values, there's some of these we can't touch. So they raise my taxes, they raise your taxes, they raise your taxes.
Do we need to go out to that equalization meeting?
It might not be a bad idea.
You don't get anywhere talking to these people, not. The system is set up to just runs off like water off a duck. Big hammer. Bill, and the Supreme Court typically has been so one-sided as far as behind the state government. It might be a wasted exercise, other than the fact that there's a whole bunch of people that are in agreement that the state is squandering the money and shouldn't have so much control. And you know, the fact that Linda Ledbetter tells me that you better watch out, we might do something, really doesn't have any effect on me.
She didn't say that.
She said it to me flat out,
Yeah.
basically.
She didn't tell you.
And flat out is what she said to me, and so they do raise them. So all we do then, we just go lower the mills.
And
There's no penalty for
hopefully Monday is when I'll have budgets out to everybody. And then you need to discuss that on how you want to do that. What we did and what I had Emily do is go in and split. But she probably split more than I would have done because like the sheriff has probably 10 budgets. Not 10, but close to 10 budgets. So I want them all together, and then if they have any revenue coming in or everything, he's gonna have to do that. So you're gonna have to decide whether you want them presented to you And if you do, you should do that in August. Okay, and then if I get them, then I can get my figures done. Because what happens is they hand in their budget and they have to estimate what they're gonna spend this year. Okay? So that I can figure what's gonna be left over at the end of this year. What our carryover's gonna be. And then I'll just use the levies we have this year, or the set levies more or less, kind of, and figure out what the revenue could be brought in for that. And I can't do that unless I get the budgets from them, but you gotta decide if you want them to come to you, or if you wanna come to me, or how you want that to be done. And some, the ones I talked to, Cass, and I think there's another one, they even, some of them hand in letters, and probably instead of meeting with the commissioners, explaining what the changes are before in their budgets. So it's up to you on how you want to do it.
I mean, if it comes into you, you would give us a copy right away, right?
Yes, I can.
I mean, as long, then everybody's on the, I
But
mean, that'd
it
be fine
has
with
to
me.
come from you, and we need to set a date so everybody knows they have to have it in by that date. And sometimes if you just have them, I'll bring them up here and hand them in on that date, then it's their backs, not mine, that has to get after them all the time to get their budgets in on time.
Okay, well, all right.
Because it's a war every year.
Here's the way it's
to get it in.
supposed to work.
Mhm.
All right, we're supposed to ask for the budgets from the different departments. They're supposed to turn those budgets into the county commission. The county commission is supposed to review each budget, okay it, or make changes to it.
Yeah.
Then, after the changes are made, then we send it on to you.
Okay, if you want to do it that way, that would be great.
That's the way it's supposed to be done. The department heads only are in an advisory position. They don't have any power to control their budget other than to ask for what they might want.
Okay, but their requested budget is what I have to publish. What they have requested is what I publish. Not whatever you change it to. Or allow them.
Nope.
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 Okay, whichever way you want to do it.
Well, that's not the way it goes, because it's supposed, the ultimate authority for all these budgets, other than an elected board, is these 5 people. It's not them. They just present us with the expenses that they're going to incur throughout the year and the revenue, and then we make a budget accordingly. We're responsible for making their department run.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that maybe that's where we've lost control here, is letting them set their budgets. That's not the way it's supposed to be. I would be in favor of pre-advising them that I would like a 3% overall decrease of their budget, and let them see if they can do that or not. If they don't do it, then we do it, or we decide not to do it, or whatever it might be. But this thing of them putting it together and then rubber stamping it that's why we're at the position we're in here. And now that's not how it's set up. It's not supposed to be that way.
That's hard to do a 3% decrease for most of the salary.
I was just using that as a
Okay, I'm just letting you know, because the biggest expense in most budgets is their salaries, and to do a 3% increase.
You know what, it wasn't hard to give everybody $100 a month raise last year. I mean, what the hell? It's just, where does it come in? Where you just up, and no regard for any of that? I don't get it.
If you go back and look at a lot of the budgets, the only thing that's gone up mostly is the salaries.
Yeah, I know that. I know that, but there's, again, we cannot, the reason that they have a board of county commissioners is to try to ride herd over the whole thing and make sure it's equitable for the people that we work for. We work for the citizens of Griggs County. If the citizens of Griggs County say, okay, all we want to fund county government with is half the money that we gave you last year.
You couldn't do it.
Listen.
Okay.
We would take half that money and we would provide the services in an equal basis up to the point of the money they gave us, and that was their wishes. See, that's the point.
We don't tell the citizens what services they want. The citizens tell us what services they're willing to pay for. We've got a complete disconnect in this thing.
Okay, you can do that, but the problem is
This is just a civics lesson. This is how it works.
okay. So how are you going to do that? Because you are responsible for those offices. When it comes down, like you said, you 5 guys are responsible for these offices to run.
Okay.
How are you going to do that?
If only enough money came in, to fund the offices that we need, the 5 offices that we need to maintain, that's what we would do. I'm using this as an exercise in how this is supposed to work. Again, if the taxpayers tell us, here's the money you can have, we're supposed to take that and make the most use out of it. It's not us telling them, well, here's the services you guys need.
You should have this.
Right.
You gotta pay for it.
Just the way that, don't blame me, blame Thomas Jefferson.
What are the 5 offices? What are the 5 offices?
Treasurer, auditor, state's attorney, sheriff, and register of deeds.
The 5 elected ones.
Yeah. Those are the only mandatory offices. But you can combine those and get it down to 3 if you want.
We tried that.
I'm not saying to do it. I'm telling you the way the system works, and I want to work within the budget that the citizens gave us, rather than giving the citizens, here's the money we need to run this thing. I'm not saying that's going to happen, because if the citizens aren't going to say, okay, we don't want anything there, the majority of the citizens, they're going to say, okay, we want services, but let's be prudent about it.
Everybody wants services, they just want somebody else to pay for it.
That's it.
So there are checks and balances in the system. No one's going to say, no, we got to.
What date do you want to receive your budgets? So I can let them know. Your next meeting is August 1st. Do you want it the 1st or the 8th? 1st, we aren't going to have a lot of bills in. That's the first Friday though. But then you'll meet again the 3rd Friday, so it's up to you guys.
So 8th and 22nd.
15th is the 3rd Friday.
It's up to you guys.
Well, I mean, I would think
It doesn't matter to me.
August 1st would be a good date for me, and then we can start looking at it.
Right. You want the budgets had? They're just, I'm only giving them 2 weeks.
Well, I guess, okay, that is not very much time, I guess. But
Can we meet with them and give them some instruction here first?
Why not? You can if you want. I wouldn't give them instruction, I would.
Direction?
Direction.
I was being kind already. I was going to tell them what to do. Well,
I should see.
it would be like, it would save time if we can meet beforehand and lay out what everybody's expectations are, rather than trying to let them turn the budget in and say, no, that is what we wanted.
Then you're better off meeting your August 1st date and then having them hand the budgets in the 15th. We're hoping to get it between Monday and Tuesday next week. We're hoping to get the budgets out to everybody. I have walkthroughs that have to get done too. I've gotten a lot of hand in, and then I gotta get that presented to you too if there's any changes that need to be done to this building that they don't think is adequate. And that's through workers' comp.
That building?
No, this building.
This building,
Yeah. The one time we ended up getting all new fire, what do we call them? Alarms. Yeah,
What
so-
day is that city?
1st is a Friday and the 15th is a Friday.
No, what days I walk through?
Whenever you guys decide to get them done. Christine's got it. You've had them now for a little while. We've had them for a while. I've got, like, we just got ours done, you probably, maybe close to a month you've had it. It's just I haven't pushed, and I don't think I've talked to Christine about it, and I should have. But they need to get handed in so that they can get presented, so.
So
With
what,
your guys' office, I'm sure you guys don't have much.
so what do? Do you present them with last year, with the current budget, and then you work off of that?
I have to go in, and right now they are set up with 2014, 13, and 12. So we wipe out the last 3 columns, move them over, and I have to put actuals in. I don't even have to put the actuals in. I gotta decide how far I wanna push it because they have budgets from last year at the end of the year that they could use if they could find them. But most of the time they can't find them, and it's just easier if I put them in. But I tell them usually when I give it to them, I'm not promising you they're accurate. You have to check into them yourself to make sure that they're accurate, and then request the revenue too that they're supposed to be handing in. I don't always get it, so then I go back and try to estimate things. So,
I know last year we had a couple different cases where we were talking budgets with the different department heads, and the budget that we were looking at was not the budget they were looking at. They were looking at the budget they presented.
Yeah.
And were amazed that that wasn't the one that was.
And they didn't realize the one they presented wasn't the one that was accepted.
no, everybody got a copy of the signed budget.
Well,
Even the ones that were changed.
this person was very surprised when they saw the approved budget.
Yeah. I mean, was that, I mean, it happened. I'm not saying it was your fault.
I kept emails on what they got if they didn't get it by copy.
I'm not saying it was your fault, I'm saying that she came to us and said, well, no, that's not right, here's my budget. And that was just what she turned in.
If you're talking the one about the recorders, I went back and showed her what she
I know, but all I know is, you know. this-
So-
we had a
So should we have the department heads come on August 1st?
Up to you guys.
It'd be a good idea.
Can I ask you guys one more thing about the old court, or what new courthouse
Yes.
business? I forgot.
That's Troy.
Can I ask one more thing about new courthouse business?
Go ahead.
Really short. We had those meetings about combining offices and moving offices around. I don't think any of us are gonna get any place without having some guidance from a commission member. It was asked if Ron could come and guide us through that.
Well, we might be a long ways from giving a shit about that.
I could at least tell them that they put it on hold, so they don't have to worry about it, having meetings on it. Because what they're worried about is because you guys wanted it, so they keep meeting, and they shouldn't have to keep meeting if you guys.
Until we start construction again, there's no really.
I guess, yeah. I guess, keep meeting until they get the social services put in or the way it's supposed to be, then we
No.
keep meeting. Well, that's what's gonna happen anyway, so what are they fighting about?
There's only one place that's going.
Yeah, it's simple.
There's only one office.
They keep meeting because they keep trying to find an angle to not do it, well,
Well, they're trying to make everybody happy, and somebody's gonna have to be unhappy.
they all gotta be unhappy together.
That's kind of the way the process works.
Yeah.
It's not everybody's gonna be smiling when it's done, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, but it's only logical, it's only gonna work, but you never know. If the EOC isn't an EOC, there's a lot of office space then. Right?
I don't think we know enough to make those decisions, so I think.
Stand down.
Stand down.
Okay.
Keep giving it a think, but don't have to do anything with it.
Yeah.
We'll tell you to stand down, Jamie, but don't put any furniture in your office.
Didn't have a key.
Unless it's one of those lawn chairs that rolls up.
You have a bunch of questions in the budget, didn't you, Ron?
What's that?
Will you, okay, so you're gonna have them keep meeting, or
I
can
don't
we
care.
just stop it for now?
They were on their own, I don't know if they were. They've never given us any indication of what they're doing.
Well, it's kind of been at a standstill because everybody feels sorry for the state's attorney because no one else wants to move, so everybody encouraged me to fight for my office. Or for the big office, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would kind of think stop meeting until construction starts again myself.
Okay.
That's my opinion, I mean, I don't know.
We're gonna be back in winter
what
costs.
everybody else thinks. I was just gonna say on the meeting with the department heads, we should make sure, like the veteran service officer, that he's not expected to come here. I think it's just the 5 elected officials, isn't it? I mean, we don't need the veteran service officer.
Well, you won't Wayne, no.
Wayne.
Who?
No, because Wayne's not in the new building. Are you moving him in the new
No.
building?
No,
For
I'm
budget.
sorry, for the budgets.
Oh, budgets.
Yeah, for the, I went
Yeah,
back.
tell them to make more room, we're moving Wayne in.
Yeah. I mean, just for department heads, maybe there's 6 that.
Okay, you have,
Wheel loader fit in the salary court.
Sienna,
I think so.
you have,
Yeah, you're right.
you have all the other levies too.
Well, we don't, I mean.
You have library, you have.
We don't need, well, do we need senior citizens to come in here for that
No.
meeting? I don't think so.
Okay, then you were gonna say that you just want the county ones, or that, you can't say county because they're county too. What do you wanna say?
Well, those 7, I think it's 7, that they're county employees. The 7
And you
that,
don't want Dennis to come in?
no,
no.
Okay,
we're not gonna.
so you have state's
His
attorney,
budget isn't even worth talking about.
Yeah.
auditor, treasurer, clerk court recorder,
No, just
tax
assistant
director,
recorder.
No,
tax director,
she's not gonna be here that long. We're gonna have to decide what we're.
road,
Sheriff,
sheriff,
SIA,
and human
Welfare.
services.
that's 7, isn't it?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah?
Well, she could potentially be here until April, couldn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because the way they're going, yeah,
In
probably.
Well, maybe, well, yeah, I suppose. It depends on what those guys end up doing over in Griggs, or Stowe
What
County.
would happen there now?
You don't want to talk about it.
No.
So you're gonna meet August 1st, and then their budgets need to be in by August the 15th, right?
Sure.
Okay. To you guys,
Are there any more questions on budget?
if you have the exams.
I will have, I mean, I'll just come down and see you next week, because I just got a lot of questions.
Yeah, that's fine. And I can give you the sheets I gave to townships to figure them back and forth. The only thing that one does not address is exempt property, added property. Is there anything else?
Nothing on here.
Nothing else.
I move we adjourn.
It's been moved we adjourn. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Meeting adjourned at 5:09.
Oh, thank you.
Meeting will be